Thank you, and very definitely a gold star for everyone who's made it here this morning at 9 o'clock. Well done for standing up for democracy. Clearly, a few other party members had difficulty getting up this morning. But I'd like to say, first of all, that what a fantastic and uplifting conference this has been. I've really enjoyed meeting some extremely enthusiastic candidates, parliamentary candidates, new candidates who haven't fought elections before, who are really looking forward to getting stuck into an election campaign. It may well be that the election campaign we have before that is the referendum, but so fantastic conference. And we're clearly going places as a party because I very nearly arrived late for this debate because the Daily Express wanted to do a very long video with me, which we've just done. So just go on their website, have a look at it and see how they've edited it. So, there are two basic principles on which our British democracy depends. That the government is drawn from and accountable to Parliament, and that no one, not even the Prime Minister, is above the law. Boris Johnson cares about neither. He is intent on silencing our democracy and will pick and choose which laws he wants to obey. He and his henchmen, like Jacob Rees-Mogg, are contemptuous of our democracy. And you'll have seen that, the way Jacob Rees-Mogg demonstrated that as he was lounging on the benches, giving us, in effect, a two-finger salute by his posture. Johnson intends to ignore the law of the land that requires him to extend Article 50. He threatens to ignore the highest court in the land if it rules that he shut down Parliament illegally. The fact that we are having to take the government to court to try to enable Parliament to perform its most basic function, to assemble, sit and scrutinise government, is an affront to our democracy. And we've had to use the device, rather arcane device, of a humble address to force the government to publish the Yellowhammer documents and evidence that the Prime Minister lied over the purpose and timing of the enforced shutdown of our Parliament, and he is still resisting that, in spite of the fact that he will be in contempt of Parliament if he does not produce those documents. The government has given up on the rule of law. This is not just proroguing Parliament for another Queen's speech. It's perfectly normal, of course, to take a few days off, restart the clock, and bring forward a new set of draft laws. But this is different. This is shutting down democracy for 5 weeks without MPs' consent for one sole, ideological, politically motivated purpose. Not to refresh the legislative agenda, because the government have no legislative agenda. In advance of Queen's speeches, I've asked the House Commons Library to write to me and set out what the government of the day is planning in terms of bills that might appear in the Queen's speech. In past years, they've been able to provide me with a list of things the government have flagged up as things they're intending doing and having in the Queen's speech. When I wrote to the House Commons Library a month or so ago to ask them what the current government had flagged up as was going to be that was going to be in the Queen's speech, they wrote back saying, we're really sorry, we can't actually give you any information because the government have flagged up nothing that they want in the Queen's speech. Now, we were told during the Conservative leadership election that nobody would support the idea of shutting down Parliament. Contender after contender told us that proroguing Parliament was a betrayal of democracy and they wouldn't stand for it. Matt Hancock: proroguing Parliament undermines parliamentary democracy and risks a general election. I rule it out and call on all candidates to do the same. He's now the Health Secretary. Nicky Morgan: you cannot say you're going to take back control and then go, oh, by the way, we're just going to shut down Parliament for a couple of months, so we are just going to drift out on a no deal. She's now the Culture Secretary. Sajid Javid: you can't deliver on democracy by trashing democracy. We are not selecting a dictator of our country. He's now Chancellor. Michael Gove: I think it'll be wrong for many reasons. I think it would not be true to the best traditions of democracy. And of course, he's now Brexiter-in-chief. All of these MPs now sit on their hands around the cabinet table doing nothing as Boris Johnson plays fast and loose with our laws, our institutions, and democracy itself. It is clear they will let no principle get in the way of getting their butts on the seat of a ministerial limo or a chair at the cabinet table or their grubby fingers on a ministerial salary. Boris Johnson wants to silence parliamentary democracy. As Liberal Democrats, we cannot and will not let him. As much as I love being here on a Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, I shouldn't be at conference. I should be in the Commons, holding Boris Johnson to account and using every policy, every procedure so that the government listens to and obeys the Parliament from which it is drawn and on whose confidence it depends. So by passing this motion, Liberal Democrats are sending a message now that is loud and clear to the Prime Minister: bring Parliament back. But once this crisis is over, we need to take a hard look at our laws, rules, customs, and conventions. The case for political and constitutional reform is now stronger than ever. Parliament should never again be shut down against its will. Just like the Commons votes on its recess dates, it should be able to determine when a new session begins. We need a widespread review of the powers that the government can perform unilaterally on behalf of the Queen. It's now widely accepted that the government cannot begin military action without coming before Parliament, but it's not written down in law anywhere. And we need to make our democracy more responsive to the demands of the people by bringing in proportional representation in the Commons, electing the Lords, and letting MPs take control of the order paper to debate the issues that voters care about. Conference. The Conservatives have given up on parliamentary democracy. If they are not prepared to stand up for our democracy, for the rule of law, for the basic rights of our people, then Liberal Democrats will. Please support this motion.
Thank you very much. Will Dominic Buxton please stand by? And I now call Professor Angie Hobbs from Warwick and Leamington, who is a first-time speaker.
Thank you and good morning. As you've just heard, this is my first time speaking at conference. I am a professional philosopher with a particular interest in ethical and political philosophy, and I have studied democracy from its origins in ancient Athens until the present. I do not claim to know many things, but I do know this. I do not just believe, I know that these are genuinely dangerous times for the future of representative democracy in the UK. Representative democracy has only been in existence since the 17th century, and it is very fragile. It is very vulnerable to attack, not only from without, but also, at least as disturbingly, from within. In its representative form, democracy, ruled by the people, can only take place through the ongoing activities of our sovereign parliament, scrutinising and legislating on the work, I use the term loosely and generously, of the executive government. Without these crucial ongoing activities, democracy, ruled by the people, quickly degenerates into demagoguery, manipulation of the people. As a philosopher, I use my words with extreme care and precision, and I have no hesitation in saying that what we are witnessing is an attempted coup by the executive. Not all coups come in tanks. If anything good is going to emerge from this unholy mess, I hope it is the strengthening of our liberal democracy by protecting Parliament from such executive power grabs in the future. And I particularly commend lines 34C about the setting up of an independent commission as one of the best ways of facilitating this. My father fought in World War II, and I remember him saying to me that in the 1930s, the moral choices were so stark that you could not sit on the fence. You had to choose. Well, every one of us in this hall has chosen. We have chosen to fight for parliamentary democracy and indeed for its reformation, because if we do not, it will not last long in anything but name. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Ewan Hoyle stand by, and I now call Dominic Buxton from Tower Hamlets.
Conference. Democracy. A word which supposedly means very different things to very different people. Boris. We are living, this is a pivotal moment in British politics, where the traditional two-party system of confrontation between Labour and the Conservatives only highlights that something needs to change. I only wish we were here to debate reforms on how to modernise our democracy. However, in times of national crisis, we find ourselves here debating and addressing issues fundamental to the basic functioning of our democracy. These are extraordinary times. A rogue Prime Minister shutting down our Parliament and silencing our elected representatives in order to push through a disastrous no-deal Brexit that he has no mandate for and avoid scrutiny in the process. We cannot let Boris Johnson get away with this. We don't just need a new government. We need a new style of government. The outdated first-past-the-post system is no longer functioning and needs to go and be replaced with proportional representation to ensure that everyone's voices are heard through our elected officials in Parliament. In addition to changes on how parliamentary business is conducted, we need to be doing more. For example, bringing in electronic voting and redesigning the chamber to make it less confrontational. We all know that the system of pairing has broken down and is no longer in keeping with the demands of modern British politics. We need electronic voting to prevent MPs who are seriously ill or about to give birth passing through the lobbies. This would also speed up parliamentary business. And obviously, as Liberal Democrats, we need to be open to exploring reforms to all aspects of our parliamentary democracy so that we can build a modern democracy fit for the challenges of the 21st century. And so I urge you to support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Will Peter Hurst please stand by? And I now call Ewan Hoyle from Glasgow City.
Thank you, Chair. Both the Labour and Conservative parties are loose coalitions that have never been looser. And both parties now democratically elect their leaders through one-member, one-vote systems, and both have a membership on the extremes that are not tolerant and welcoming to moderates. There is no path back to a moderate membership for either of the parties, so there is no path back to a moderate leadership. Those rational, sensible politicians who are thoroughly disenchanted but eager to serve in the public interest once all this blows over, that will be a long and miserable wait. Your parties have left you, and I'm sorry to say this, but they're not coming back. So I'm going to propose, rather than a government of national unity, a government of facilitation of escape from extremist leadership and membership. It might just work. And I'd love to see Simon McCoy's face the first time he has to say "go Fofalam." So how could it work? It could work if it was a two-point plan. Firstly, to have a confirmatory referendum during a lengthy extension of Article 50. Remain has been ahead in the polls consistently for over 2 years now. To leave without a confirmatory referendum would be to ignore, not to respect, the will of the people. Secondly, the government would bring in a proportional electoral system, likely the single transferable vote, a system that will allow new parties to emerge from the rational and moderate core of present and former Conservative and Labour MPs. I imagine such a step would be scary for some, but polling strongly indicates that the population would enthusiastically embrace a new party in the political space your party used to occupy. Imagine feeling the freedom and hope as you escape the toxicity of your present situation and build something new with colleagues and a leader who respect you and inspire you. As a practical first step, we need an anonymous poll of MPs to see if this plan is viable. If that goes well, then let's embrace this idea. If the people want democracy, let's give them proper, proportionately representative democracy. If this plan can't be delivered before an election, the Lib Dems can stand with STV as a manifesto priority, and we can ask left and right-leaning rational moderates to lend us their votes. We can then deliver them STV. New parties can form in the spaces vacated by Corbyn and Johnson's reckless extremism, and those voters can feel like their views are represented again. I hope I've successfully explained this new, clear option. It's a long shot, but maybe we should be going back to our constituencies and preparing for Go Fofalam. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Michael Fox please stand by? And I now call Peter Hurst from Congleton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Conference. I'd like to talk about the last sentence of this excellent motion. It is, if I can remember it, it is to draw up, to establish a citizens' assembly, to establish a comprehensive written constitution for the, in my commas, entire United Kingdom. And that is a really important sentence, I think. It establishes that we understand what is going on and what can be done to prevent it recurring. And I'd like to borrow a well-known poet or whatever from the past, Rudyard Kipling, with his what, where, when, and how to address this issue. I don't know, couldn't remember, and I couldn't be bothered to look it up, but was it Nero who it was said did something, slept while Rome burned? Or is it true that those who don't learn from their mistakes are prone to repeat them? We cannot have this sort of disaster happening again, Conference. I would like to offer to you, or to offer to the Federal Board, a new slogan that might not replace what we're going to put forward in the next general election, but it might add to it, and that is 3 wasted years. You could even have a hashtag with it. It's not too long, and you know, I think it's something that people could chant, because that is what we have experienced, 3 wasted years. We've seen already in this conference, through excellent debates, what is going on. We have the increase in violence throughout this country in the form of knife crime and other violent behaviour. We have the increase in disorders of mental health, in suicide, in antisocial behaviour. We have the increase in inequality. All these things are not being addressed, and hands up those who understand what an opportunity cost is. Yeah, a fair proportion of you. It does mean that if you do something, then that in doing that, it prevents you from doing other things. That is a fact of life. And in doing Brexit, and in doing it so abysmally, there has been this opportunity cost of all the other things that we should have been addressing at this important time. We also have the foreign affairs issues that we are not leading in, which we should be as a nation that controlled half the world a few hundred years ago. We should be giving a lead on all these other issues, and we're not. So, if I just return to Rudyard Kipling, the what has already been addressed. It is a citizens' assembly, so that it is drawn up by a random sample of the population with information from experts and politicians, but it belongs to the people. And that's the whole idea, that the Constitution then will belong to the people. It will be a living document, alterable, but not too easily, but alterable, and something that people can read in bed or take to their bedside table with them. And it will help to unite the nation. We can all agree, even if we don't, whichever side of the Brexit debate we're on, we can all agree that the process, not the outcome, the process was terrible. And this Constitution is to partly...
Can you bring your remarks to a close,
is
please?
partly
Thank
to
you.
prevent that. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. I now call Councillor Nick DaCosta stand by, and I now call Michael Fox from Newnham, Barking and Dagenham, and this is his first speech to conference.
Thank you, Conference. As has been said, it's my first time speaking. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you. I speak to you today as somebody who in a former life was a quite dedicated member and activist of the Conservative Party. I'm saying this not to get applause for defecting. I did it before it was cool. But to express my horror and shame at what has happened to what was once the centre-right of this country. We've watched for years as the Conservative Party has willingly and deliberately undone all of the good work that the Liberal Democrats achieved in the coalition government. We've looked on in horror over their scandals, their resignations, their sackings of ministers over the years, and of course the catastrophe of Brexit. But one thing I think everybody expected was that it was the right and the Conservative Party that would be defending the Constitution. But they've been systematically attacking for years the judiciary, the supremacy of the House of Commons, the independence of the Speaker of the House of Commons, the constitutional monarchy, the rule of law itself. But at every turn, it's been the Liberal Democrats who've been defending these values on behalf of the country. And I'm proud to say that. But, Conference, I'm concerned that the damage has already been done and that we can't undo that. Huge swathes of the population now have no respect at all for Parliament, let alone the independent judiciary. And that's why I want to speak to you today specifically on lines 39 to 48. I believe that we must have a new constitutional settlement in this country. If we are to rebuild trust, we must rebuild the system that we are using. We cannot undo what's happened. Pandora's box has been opened. But by having a new constitutional convention, by implementing a single transferable vote so we can have a proportional system of electing our MPs, is the only way that we can restore trust and bring the country back together again. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you. Will Michael Kilpatrick please stand by? And I now call Councillor Nick DaCosta from Faringay.
Good morning, Conference. The speaker before me said quite a few of my points regarding that we have a Conservative Party who seek to be undermining this country. I remember when Tony Blair was still Prime Minister. When Tony Blair was still Prime Minister, we accused him of establishing a presidential style in Number 10. And we're seeing this yet again. It was rather entertainingly during those years, it was the Conservatives who were speaking out against Tony Blair, although the Liberal Democrats did it better, louder and more effectively. And yet now we have the Conservative Party who are undermining both our Constitution and our democracy. One of the reasons why I joined the Federal Conference Committee was because of the sovereignty of Conference. Conference is the policy-making body of this party. And Parliament should be sovereign as well, and for it to be undermined by the executive means that we are in a situation where our party system, where our democratic system is breaking down. It's the Conservative Party who is supposed to stand for the establishment who are doing this. It's rather entertaining to see those from Eton and who studied at Oxbridge standing up and saying the establishment are all out to get us, when actually they're part of the establishment, they are the establishment. But this country's biggest failing is its unwritten constitution. We live in a country where Parliament is dictated by dusty old conventions, by a document called Erskine May, which honestly, until recently, I didn't know what on earth it was, and I've been interested in politics for 20-odd years, where you have to have a humble address, where we still act as subjects in the decision-making body of this country. And that is, frankly, obscene in a modern world, that we don't have a written constitution, that our constitution is not codified. The Austrian constitution, and I'm Austrian myself, hence I use the Austrian constitution as an example, states in its first article, the law emanates from the people. And that we don't have this codified is unacceptable. My favourite, though, is the German constitution, and you didn't think you'd start getting lectures on constitutional law up here, but I will do this. The German constitution states in it, all Germans shall have the right to resist those seeking to abolish this constitution if no other remedy is available. That is written in the German constitution. The constitution is so important in Germany that the constitution allows citizens to literally take up arms to defend it if it is under threat. Our constitution is under threat, and we must urgently have a written constitution in this country so that we can ensure that this executive fiat, to quote John Bercow, does not happen again. And that's why I'm very pleased to see the section on the Constitutional Convention. Thank you very much, Conference, and I hope you support this motion.
Thank you very much. Will Tony Vickers please stand by? And I now call Michael Kilpatrick from South Cambridgeshire.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm overjoyed that this motion was moved by the MP that my mother votes for tactically, although of course she shouldn't need to do that. I'm also overjoyed that we're here discussing the future of the Union, and it is rather early in the morning to do that. And I hope those of you who heard Ed Davey yesterday describe us as a party which will save the Union and will appreciate that, because this is important. In 2014, we had a referendum in Scotland which could have destroyed the Union completely. And I'm afraid I'm going to be critical of the party, which is why I wanted to speak on this from a wider angle. We didn't have a comprehensive model for a United Kingdom to put to the people of Scotland to inspire them. And instead we had Miliband, Clegg and Cameron scrabbling together a last-minute vow, which again itself produced more constitutional tension with the English votes for English law. And here we are 2 years later with a referendum which exposed many of the social and economic tensions in the UK. And we, I'm afraid, as a party, have not done enough to put forward reformist policies which we should do. And I'm very pleased that a number of people have spoken about the electronic voting and the structure of the Parliament itself, as well as other issues. But there are a whole slate of issues relating to constitutional reform which we haven't got a position on yet. And whilst it's true that a written constitution can be a good idea, it is not actually a necessity. You can have a proper constitution based on a set of constitutional laws which can be introduced independently rather than one overarching document. And we, as a party, should have more positions on more of those fundamental issues. And that is why, really, I'm a little bit perturbed by our calling for a constitutional convention, but not having enough of our own ideas to put on that table and to inspire the electorate to vote for real reform and a new vision of a United Kingdom with a sensible parliament, a sensible federal structure, a sensible relationship between the home nations, a sensible manner of conduct and business in the House of Commons. These are important things, and it's jolly early in the morning to be talking about that, but I'm so happy this is on the agenda today. Please support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will David Preedy please stand by? And I now call Tony Vickers from West Berkshire and Newbury. Thank you.
On the 20th of September 1643, the Army of Parliament met King Charles I's troops on the fields of Wash Common, 2 miles south of Newbury. That was the first Battle of Newbury. I'm now the Liberal Democrat member for the Wash Common ward in Newbury. The battle itself was indecisive, but many were left dead. Among them was Lucius Carey, the second Viscount Falkland. and his memorial is where a march to defend democracy will begin this Saturday. Lucius Carey was a remarkable figure. When he died, he was only 34. As you can tell, he was a Viscount, he was a member of the aristocracy. He was on the royalist side, but he was also a member of Parliament. And during the 1630s, he convened a group of the leading thinkers and parliamentarians of his day at his country seat, Great Tew, near Oxford. And they worked out the very first theories of constitutional monarchy. King Charles regarded him highly and made him Secretary of State when he was only just turned 30. But he was very reluctant, Lucius Carey, to take up the post. He was deeply uncomfortable about the whole principle of the royal prerogative. And unfortunately, as we all know, a civil war came along. King Charles prorogued Parliament for 7 years because it refused to provide the money for him to fight foreign wars. But by the time it came to September 1643, although Lucius Carey had tried to bring the two sides together early in the war, he'd failed. He was said by his friends to be deeply depressed. And on that day, he spurred his horse directly at the enemy in what was seen as suicide, an attempt at suicide. So, on Saturday, we will be reading out the charge that Parliament levied against King Charles. And we will be reinterpreting that as a charge against our Prime Minister today. And the charge against King Charles resonates today because he was charged with such designs for protecting of himself and his adherents in his and their wicked practices to the same ends that he hath traitorously and maliciously levied war against the present Parliament and the people therein represented. And he carried on for the advancement and upholding of a personal interest. All this is about for Boris Johnson is to be king of the world. We, I hope, will not need to raise a parliamentary army this year, but I am deeply worried that we will have to fight a serious fight to defend our democracy. Conference, this is an extremely important motion, and I'm so glad we have selected this for debate, and I'm sure it will be passed. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Will Larry Nagans please stand by, and I now call David Preedy from Mole Valley.
Good morning, Conference. Sorry if I'm a bit hoarse. I'm suffering from an excessive glee club last night. In May this year, I was one of the Lib Dems elected in Mole Valley, giving us a majority there for the first time in 25 years. We knew that on the count in the morning. We knew we got a majority, but we had to wait until the council's AGM, where we had to win a vote in council before our leader could form an administration. There was no debate about our legitimacy. Why did we have to do that? Because Mole Valley, like every other council, has a written constitution, and it's defined how that process happens. What happens at the national level? Well, when Theresa May resigned, she advised the Queen to ask Mr. Johnson to form an administration. And lines 11 to 13 of this motion say the government has to command the confidence of the House of Commons. So how has this been demonstrated? By enforcing an immediate summer recess so that no one could hold him to account? By proceeding to lose all 6 votes in the House of Commons? I would contend that Alexander de Pfeffel Johnson has failed to demonstrate that he's met the basic requirement to be Prime Minister. In fact, his record in votes is bettered only by Viscount Goderich, whose term as Prime Minister was so short that Parliament never actually sat. So, on this basis, I don't believe that his advice to the Queen to prorogue Parliament should have carried any weight. He has not demonstrated he has the right to be Prime Minister. He is certainly not my Prime Minister. We are in a stage where we're in the parliamentary theatre of the absurd. What's good enough for Mole Valley should be good enough for Britain. We need a written constitution. Please support this motion and every element within it.
Thank you. Will Lord Dick Newby please stand by? And I'll now call Larry Nagan from Brent, and he's a first-time speaker.
Thank you, conference. As mentioned, I am the first-time speaker in the conference. I moved to this country in 2006. It's been 13 years since I live in this country. I moved over here because of its liberal values, fair society, fair legal system, and most importantly, a democratic political system. It was heartbreaking to see how the executive prorogued the parliament. We didn't have a right to say whether we want a no-deal Brexit, and parliamentarians cannot have a say on how they think about no-deal Brexit and scrutinize the executive. I think the political system in this country is broken. Political parties are not fairly represented in the House of Commons. Therefore, I think the political reform is essential to this country. It's not only because the system is broken, but because the United Kingdom was supposed to be the pioneer of the Western democracy, and we have to showcase to the world that we are the pioneer to the Western democracy and have the best political system in the world. Personally, I prefer, thank you. Personally, I preferred a electoral system which is initiated in Denmark, which is a mixed system between the multi-member constituency on the party list PR system and the national list. But I think single transferable vote system is still better than a first past, first post system. It's much fairer, and we can have a much better representative in the House of Commons. Therefore, I recommend this motion to be, I ask you guys to support this emergency motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Lord Dick Newby from Ripon to come and summate on the debate. While he is walking to the stage, you may have noticed that we've only actually had one woman speak this morning. That is because we only had one card from a woman, and we've called every single person who actually put a card in. So it's a real shame, and I hate to have only be able to call one. We did think about calling Angie 3 or 4 times and interspersing her into the debate, but we thought perhaps that wasn't allowed. I'm delighted to call Lord Dick Newby to summate. My only regret is that we haven't had a Harry speak this morning. We've had Tom and Dick, but no Harry.
Sorry to disappoint you. Conference, early on in the Brexit process, Ken Clarke said that we were entering an Alice in Wonderland world. But little did he realise, I think, how prescient that remark would prove to be. So much of what we thought we understood, so much of what we thought was reality, has subsequently been disproved by events, and the improbable or the impossible has become a daily occurrence. The decision of the Prime Minister to prorogue Parliament for 3 weeks on the transparent lie that he needed the time to come up with the Queen's speech is simply the latest in a series of actual or threatened anti-democratic actions of this Conservative government. What these actions together have proved that our current unwritten constitution, based as it is on gentlemen's agreements or ladies' agreements, people following the rules rather than following the law, is simply not robust enough to stand up to the wrecking ball of a Dominic Cummings-inspired Conservative government. And the situation in which the Queen is reduced to the role of a ceremonial rubber stamp, beholden to Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg, is simply not an acceptable basis for a mature, modern democracy. Even in normal times, the House of Lords exhibits a number of Alice in Wonderland type features. We have an official who dresses like the White Rabbit. And on normal prorogation, I, along with the other party and group leaders, don ermine and a bicorn hat to doff to the Commons when they come to hear the prorogation speech. This time, however, I, along with Angela Smith, my Labour opposite number, not Angela Smith, the Liberal Democrat MP for Penistone, refused to go along with this rigmarole. We told the Leader of the House to inform Her Majesty that we simply weren't prepared to take part in the prorogation ceremony because we felt that this would be to acquiesce to the Prime Minister's abuse of the prorogation power. The ceremony, therefore, took place without us. There were empty seats where we would have sat. And we felt good about that. But beyond feeling good about that, this little protest had no effect. Prorogation has taken place. We'd had a bit more effect the previous week when we won the Battle of the Duvets and saw off a concerted attempt to stop the passage of the anti-No Deal bill. But the willingness of the government to put down amendments which would have required us to have 200 consecutive votes, which alone would have taken 60 hours of walking round in circles, to thwart the Commons, purely to thwart the Commons, was childish, irresponsible, and dangerous. Things have clearly got to change, and this motion sets out how we should respond to the immediate crisis, but also how we should fix things for the future. And there, the two key proposals are to have a parliament which actually reflects the will of the people by having a fair voting system, both for the Commons and the Lords. And secondly, by establishing a constitutional convention to draw up a comprehensive written constitution for the UK. And I strongly agree with Michael Kirkpatrick when he talks about the need to look at the way in which we develop a federal constitution and not just worry about how Westminster conducts its own internal affairs. I now live in North Yorkshire, and the sense of disillusion with politics, because people in that region feel they have no say in the way they do things and the way money is spent, is palpable, and it helps explain the Brexit vote in some regions of England. It's rather sad that decades after starting to debate these issues of constitutional reform, of regional devolution, that we're still at it. In the early days of the SDP in the 80s, we felt very proud of what we were going to do to have regional government in England. And we're not one jot further forward after all this time. And one of the great things about now is that perhaps the strength of the Liberal Democrats will enable us to make these fundamental changes which are so long overdue. But as for recent weeks, in reality, Boris's power grab has failed. He's not stopped political debate, he's not secured a no-deal Brexit, and he's not forced the country into an election when its priority must be to resolve the Brexit impasse. But this isn't for want of trying, and he might have got away with it. Our constitution is simply broken. It must be put right, and it will be up to us, the Liberal Democrats, to do it.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to a vote. You will see the wording on page 3 of the daily announcement sheets. Can you please indicate all those in favour? And all those against? Can't see anybody, so I believe that. Oh, there are a few against. I do. So that is passed overwhelmingly. Thank you very much. Just before I finish, can I say that there is no more electronic cards registration available? I'd like to thank my aide, Liz Lynn, and I'm now delighted to pass over the chair to Joe Otten for the next debate.
Good morning, conference. In a moment, we'll be debating F34 revocation of citizenship. If you're entering or leaving the hall, please do so with purpose and energy. Good morning, conference. We're debating item F34, deprivation of citizenship, which you can find on page 61 of your agenda. There are no amendments. Can I ask Councillor Rabina Khan from Tower Hamlets to stand by, and I call Christine Jardine MP to move the motion.
Good morning again, conference. I promise I won't be here tomorrow morning. Well, right, I'm Christine Jardine, and I'm the party's shadow Home Secretary. And as someone who fully intends to be Home Secretary in Joe's first Liberal Democrat cabinet, you might expect me to be up here arguing for more powers. No, because you see, like all of you, I'm a wee bit of a Liberal. And that makes me very suspicious of concentrating too much power in anyone's hands, not least because of the potential for its abuse. And sadly, that's exactly what we've seen, not just with this current Home Secretary, but the previous one, and his use of the power to deprive a Briton of their citizenship of this country, their country. Think back to February. Shamima Begum, a 19-year-old girl from Bethnal Green, radicalised by ISIL 4 years ago, she wanted to come back to the UK, to come home with a newborn baby boy. Now, let's be completely clear. Nobody in this party is excusing or making light of what she did. But did the government get it right? Should she have come back and faced justice? Well, faced with the decision, Sajid Javid chose to strip her of her British citizenship, one of the most serious powers a Home Secretary can use. She's now appealing that decision through the courts. But no matter the outcome, her son Jara, a British citizen also, will never come home to the UK. He died in Syria, denied the medical support and care that had been central to his mother's plea, as it would be with any parent, to bring him home. Was he really such a risk to national security? Or could he have grown up proud of the fact that this country, his country, so cherished the potential his life offered that it reached out and protected him? But no, it was about his mother. And for those who supported the decision, they argued that stripping Shamima Begum of her citizenship was vital to our national security. And it was such a risk that the Home Secretary had to use one of his most extreme powers to protect us. Wait, though. There's another option. Could our national security actually have been better served by grasping the opportunity to interrogate young people, this young person who'd been recruited by ISIL? Talk to her, learn exactly how ISIL does it, how they radicalise British teenagers and stop them doing again. I think so. I think that would have been possible. And would it really have been impossible to prosecute Shamima Begum in the UK? Because that's what the Home Secretary argued. With the litany of terrorism offences we have in the statute book and all the statements she made in the media, the government argued prosecution would have been impossible. Wow. I think maybe the Conservatives need to have more faith in the British judicial system, don't you? And another thing, it's not even clear that the Home Secretary's decision was lawful under the current legislation. There's a surprise. A Tory minister doing something we're not sure is lawful. Now, last November, the government lost the legal battle over a similar decision to strip 2 terror suspects of British citizenship because it would have made them stateless. But I hear the Home Office claim Shamima Begum has Bangladeshi citizenship. She won't be stateless. No. Bangladesh stated categorically that is not the case. Their foreign minister said there's no question of her being allowed to enter Bangladesh. Which brings us to a vital point. When a Home Secretary deprives someone of British citizenship, they are essentially saying, you're somebody else's problem. But surely the UK should hold ourselves to at least the same standards we would expect of other countries. Turn the situation around. A teenage girl who'd been born and brought up in Bangladesh or any other country, but whose mother is British. Radicalised, that teenager joins ISIL, but then wants to return to her home country with her baby, and that government says no, deprives her of her citizenship. No, she's Britain's problem. And the baby dies. Can you imagine what Sajid Javid would say about that? Or Priti Patel? These are British citizens, born, raised, and yes, tragically radicalised in the UK. They are the responsibility of the United Kingdom. Palming them off on somebody else is not just an appalling abdication of that responsibility, it actually helps make our terrorist enemies' case about us as a nation for them. So instead of taking away their British passports, let's bring them to justice in the UK. Learn whatever we can to stop more young people being brainwashed into joining murderous, dangerous terrorist cults. Our policy, the Liberal Democrat policy, would be to take away the Home Secretary's power to unilaterally deprive someone of their citizenship. Instead, they'd have to apply to a court, follow a legal process, prove in court that either the person obtained their citizenship through fraud or that depriving them is actually necessary for national security. And that would mean the Home Secretary could not make anyone born British stateless by taking away their citizenship. And crucially, the best interests of any children would have to be taken into account. They clearly weren't when this country turned its back on baby Jara. Our policy will mean that anyone who poses a genuine threat to national security can be kept out of the country. But Liberal Democrats demand better. We will introduce new safeguards so that the Home Secretaries only use this power in the interests of national security, not ever their political careers. This is a clear, detailed policy that will protect both national security and individual rights. It respects the rule of law, stops too much power being concentrated in one person's hands. In other words, it's a Liberal Democrat policy. And when I'm Home Secretary in Joe's government, I'll happily tie my own hands over this and my successors to protect the rights of any and all British citizens. Conference, we need to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Cass MacDonald from North Edinburgh and Leith to stand by, and I call Councillor Rabina Khan from Tower Hamlets.
Good morning, Conference. I can see that you've all recovered from Glee Club last night.
I'm speaking for this motion, and I speak from a very personal viewpoint because Shamima Begum came from Tower Hamlets. I am the councillor in Tower Hamlets and have been so for 10 years. When Sajid Javid, he stripped Shamima Begum of her citizenship. He made her stateless. He broke international law, and he still didn't get an invite to Trump's dinner party. Sir Vince Cable, he got an invite, and he rejected that invite on the basis of liberal values. He said, we should not be hobnobbing with a man who is on record as a misogynist and a racist. The issue of Shamima Begum's case is very personal to me. I care about it a lot. I think about it a lot. Stripping Shamima Begum of her citizenship will not give you the answers of how she was radicalized in the first place. If Shamima Begum is to be prosecuted in this country, let me make something very clear. I have no sympathy for Shamima Begum for joining ISIS, but we do need to understand how she became radicalized. When the first 4 girls left to go to Syria, and I might make this point very clear, Shamina Begum left in 2014, Shamima Begum left in February 2015, and then 2 more girls, her friends, went to Syria. And the first girl who went in 2014, Shamina Begum, her father notified the police and the school that all these 4 girls attended. No action was taken. In fact, he said, when his daughter went, watch the other girls because I think something else will happen. I never stopped asking what led to these girls going to Syria. I was a cabinet member at the time when the first 4 girls went. I became a backbencher in 2015. 4 girls from one school went to Syria. But 5 girls, in addition, also became wards of court. So in fact, you are looking at 9 girls who were radicalized in one school. But nobody asked how it came to that position. Who had access to those girls in that school? 9 girls, 15 years old, in one year group. Who had easy access to radicalize those young girls? They took a decision at the age of 15, and they went to Syria. We penalize them on the basis of a decision that was made when they were 15. I never stopped asking myself, what did they find along the way? Why were they chosen? Shamima Begum's family's lawyer said that this case is the worst case of radicalization in the Western Hemisphere. And still, Sajid Javid didn't care. He didn't listen. He didn't ask the pertinent question that should have been asked. Let's find out what they met, who they met, what led them to become so entrenched in such extreme ideology. Because if we do not learn now, we cannot protect generations of young people, particularly young girls, from going over to ISIS and being influenced. And I think the Assistant Police
Can I ask you
Commissioner
to draw your remarks to a close, please?
Would be the first to agree that if we as society demand full and frank explanations of how our children are radicalized right under our noses, we have no hope of stopping it happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask Anthony Neil Berent from Islington to stand by and call Cass MacDonald from North Edinburgh and Leith.
Good morning, Conference. I can't pretend to be an expert in law when it comes to this, but I did write an article for Lib Dem Voice, and thank you again for their indulgence, about Shamima Begum at the time, and I'm very glad that Christine's kind of already addressed some of that this morning. What I want to talk about is a bit more of a background when it comes to the fundamentals of law and human rights that actually have ended up being adopted into legislation in the background. Article 15 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has a right to nationality and that no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of their nationality. In British law as well, Article 3 of the Human Rights Act, which of course the current government would be delighted to replace with a Bill of Rights which would affect other people, states that nobody shall be subjected to inhumane or degrading treatment. And I think these are very important points. In history, deprivation of citizenship has led to massacres. It has led to whole-scale human rights abuses, and it still goes on today. I know other people will talk about it. If you are deprived of citizenship, you lack the ability to travel, you will lack access to healthcare, you will lack access to legal resource to prevent your human rights from being abused. If you are deprived of citizenship in a foreign country and you choose to appeal, it becomes very difficult for you to actually find the evidence that you need to make a successful appeal. And this is actually really important. It's very, very important. In the United Kingdom, if you want to make an appeal, you make it to the Special Immigration Appeal Commission. This is one of those delightful secret courts, where if you're an appellant, you and your legal representatives are not allowed to see the evidence that is held against you. The rule of law is upheld for these people by appointing special advocates to them, who are then prevented from communicating with the appellant once they have seen the evidence held against them. Now, I believe that this is wrong, and I believe that it should be held in open court, and that people who are seeking to appeal these decisions should be allowed to see the evidence that is being presented against them. I mean, surely as Liberals, this is something we need to uphold. In my family, I'm the eldest of 8 children, pity my parents. The youngest 3 of them fall into a category where they could be deprived of their nationality. One of my sisters has become a naturalized citizen. She was born in Uganda, and the youngest 2 hold dual nationality because of their birth. 2 of them are actually quite vulnerable, and if they were deprived of their UK citizenship, they would be returned to a country that they don't know, where they do not have any support in place, and this terrifies me. Another member of my family was actually had their rights suspended on the basis of their ethnic background. They were American Japanese who, as we know, after Pearl Harbor, were interned in absolutely appalling conditions. And my extended family are Jewish, and I think we all know what happened in the Second World War to people who were deprived of their nationality because they were Jewish. And after the Second World War, this continued to happen across the Middle East and North Africa. After the State of Israel was brought in, it allowed stripping of property, it allowed deprivation of citizenship, and there ended up being mass migration to Israel at the time. So as you can understand, this is actually very, very personal for me. I believe that deprivation of citizenship is nothing less than
Can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
We have a moral responsibility conference, and we should make sure that this is only done in open court and not held in the hands of one person, because political will is very often influenced by public opinion, and we know that public opinion at the moment can often be very racist. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask future speakers to try to stick to time? We are in danger of having to drop speakers from this debate. Can I ask Jessie Venegas to stand by, and I now call Anthony Neil Berent from Islington to speak. Anthony is a first-time speaker.
Conference. My father had his citizenship taken from him. He was a Jew born in Danzig and came to England on the last Kindertransport from Danzig. As a refugee, he was always grateful to this country for taking him in and later for giving him British citizenship. I was born a British citizen, and I have always felt secure in my citizenship. Now, however, this government is depriving people it doesn't like of their citizenship on the slightest excuse. As the son of a Jewish refugee, I might have the right of return to Germany or Poland. If this government can remove Shamima Begum's citizenship on the basis of her Bangladeshi ancestry,
Could they remove my citizenship on the basis of my right of return? Is your ancestry 100% British? If not, could a future government remove your citizenship? Conference. This issue is important. Support the motion, and by doing so, show that you understand that the current law and government policy is dangerous.
Thank you. I now ask Sarah LeBlanc from Sheffield to stand by, and I call Jessie Venegas from Hammersmith and Fulham. Jessie is also a first-time speaker. Jessie, are you here? If Jessie's not here, I'll call Sarah LeBlanc from Sheffield to speak now. Sarah is also a first-time speaker. Thank you. Sarah, before you start, can I call Jonathan Brown from Chichester to stand by?
Good morning, Conference. I'm really pleased to be here with you all today discussing this motion. I'm glad that in all the noise about Brexit and constitutional crises and will we or won't we be having an election, that this issue hasn't been forgotten. After all, this government didn't just discover its contempt for the rule of law when it elected Boris Johnson as its Prime Minister. The Tories showed us who they were before that. As previous speakers have discussed in detail, in May, Sajid Javid was allowed to strip Shamima Begum of her citizenship, probably against international law, and thereby condemned her 2-week-old baby, Jara, to death in a Syrian refugee camp. It was a shamefully successful bid to further his own career. The death of that poor baby stands out as one of the times I've been most ashamed of this country. And while I'm proud that we, as Liberal Democrats, are taking measures to stop it from happening again, I know that the damage has already spread beyond Shamima Begum and her son and into our communities here at home. As founder of the Worrying Signs Anti-Hate Crime campaign, I know we've already seen a horrifying increase in racist and xenophobic abuse and violence directed at children since June 2016. Government taking actions which branded a vulnerable young woman from an ethnic minority and her newborn baby as a threat so extreme that they're no longer allowed to be regarded as British only makes those who commit such actions feel legitimised. It emboldens them to continue and escalate their behaviour. I'm happy to see that this motion contains a specific requirement in lines 52 to 53 to consider the best interests of any affected children when deciding on removing citizenship. However, I would have liked to see it go further and expressly prevent the removal of citizenship from children, as I feel this is far too grave a penalty to ever be warranted by a minor. The other reason that I would urge you to support this motion, Conference, is that now in particular is a dangerous time to be allowing populist and authoritarian politicians the power to easily deprive people of their nationality, in effect to banish them. I'm concerned that the increasing use of this power by this government, and in particular the cases where individuals have been made stateless, set a bad precedent on the world stage. I fear Saudi Arabia or Myanmar deciding that their LGBT or Rohingya Muslim citizens are a threat to the state and depriving them of their nationality. Then pointing out, when we speak out to condemn them, that we took away citizenship which led to the death of baby Jara, and saying, well, at least ours are adults. The responsible checks, balances and restrictions posed in this motion, then, are sorely needed, and I urge you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. I asked Joy Salaja from Greenwich to stand by, and I called Jonathan Brown from Chichester.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Christine, for addressing some of my concerns in your opening remarks. I'm speaking against this motion, not on a this doesn't go far enough basis, but on a it misses a very important element basis, which I just want to address. The deprivation of citizenship of British citizens is unfair to British citizens and unsafe for wider society. but it also deprives the victims of terrorism and other crimes committed by British citizens. It denies them justice, and it denies the victims of the so-called Islamic State justice. By dumping the problem of dealing with alleged terrorists and their supporters onto those societies least able and with the least capacity to actually conduct proper and fair trials, we are essentially providing two choices. We are either contributing to alleged terrorists and their supporters going free, or them facing very unsound legal processes. We've seen this in Iraq with various European and other nationalities of ISIS supporters being executed. It means we also miss an opportunity to counter the propaganda of disgusting, awful regimes and terrorist organizations like ISIS. Trials are not just important for bringing people to justice, but they're important for our way of life, for promoting the ideals and principles of democracy, that justice is seen to be done. Syria has been absolutely destroyed, primarily by its own government, but also by other governments, by militias and foreign militias. British terrorists in Syria were not acting under the orders of the British government, but they are our responsibility. We owe it to Syrians to prosecute them and punish them. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Paul Reynolds from Hammersmith and Fulham to stand by, and I now call Joyce Alaja from Greenwich.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a newbie Lib Demer, and this is my first time speaking. I'm for the motion that British-born citizens should not be deprived of their citizenship, but I'd like to touch on its restriction to naturalized citizens. I'm the product of naturalization. My parents brought me to Ireland when I was 10. I lived there for 17 years, and I moved to the UK about 2.5 years ago. I've enjoyed the benefits of living in the UK under this wonderful thing we call European Union, which some guy dubbing himself as the Hulk is trying to strip away from us. So now let's imagine the Irish government decides to take away my citizenship, especially if I'm here. I'd immediately lose my job, meaning loss of income. Traveling would be impossible for me. Statelessness is something that's very close to home. There are many examples I could give, but I'm sure we know of the example of the Syrian Kurd issue, which up until today has left thousands of Kurds stateless. The motion to restrict deprivation to naturalized citizen who has done something prejudicial to the vital interests of the UK is quite vague and open to interpretation, especially when you leave it in the hands of the Home Secretary. In this day and age of Windrush and the hostile environment, the government just can't be trusted to handle this, especially where hatred seems to be furthered in the society. I agree that people born British should not be deprived of their British citizenship under any circumstance, but I do not stand for its restriction to naturalized citizens. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Individual who adopts a child, and especially if they have a child of their own, would hopefully treat the adopted child as their own. To treat the adopted child any different could breed contempt and resentment. In the same vein, once the country has adopted a non-national as its own, the rights that apply to a Jew solely should apply to someone not born of the land. Migrants have contributed so much to the community that they chose to call home. I believe I'm a good example of that. If a naturalized citizen has committed a crime, don't just export them back. Let them be judged in court by their peers. As stripping them of their citizenship could be seen as discriminatory and alienating, while containing them within the justice system could curb reoffending than exporting them back does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call Arya Babu from Camden to stand by and call to speak Paul Reynolds from Hammersmith and Fulham.
Good morning, conference. Nice to see quite a full hall Tuesday morning. I'm going to just talk about two things, the Begin case and the principles involved. I have some friends that live in Leicester who are avid Daily Mail and Sun readers and UKIP supporters. They've been friends for years and years and years. And they are incandescent about the Begin case. And they believe that what a terrible thing to have people who are part of our Muslim community locally, fighting against Western interest and this type of thing. And they have been made incandescent by the propaganda which they read in their newspapers every day. And they say to me things like, well, it's just a start. Perhaps there's a chance for us to remove the citizenship of a wider part of the population. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. But there are two important things to say about this. One is that we are, especially in the propaganda which is put about on this particular topic, the United Kingdom is entering some very, very dangerous territory here. Because when these powers were introduced and furthered, as usual, we're told it's only going to be used in a small number of exceptional cases. And then we've now had an escalation of the number of people who have had citizenship removed or attempted to be removed. And this is a very dangerous. What happens if let's say there was a whistleblower that had discovered, corruption in defence procurement or something like that, could easily be just designated as a security risk and prevented from returning to the UK under a set of circumstances. And also, it's a very dangerous thing to have this as a political decision. I mean, it should be based on rights. And the Begin case is rather, I find the whole thing rather odd, that somebody can be radicalised when she was actually 14. And I'm rather surprised that somebody, I don't know how many 15-year-olds that could go to the airport and fly to Turkey on their own without anybody raising an eyebrow. And I think we should be a little bit concerned about that, to put it mildly. The key thing here is that these are powers being exercised in a political way, which are powers and procedures worthy of a banana republic. And we really should put our foot down and realise the importance of this constitutionally alongside many other steps away from our constitutional principles which we hold dear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the thin end of a wedge, and we really must put our foot down and speak our voice and support this motion. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I now ask Ian Sanderson from Havering to stand by and call Arya Babu from Camden.
Good morning, conference. I'm going to talk about this from a more personal perspective. When I was growing up, there was this girl in my class who would always do just as well as me at school. So whenever I came home with like a 19 out of 20 on a maths test, my parents would always be like, well, what did Anna get? And I would say, it doesn't matter what Anna got. I did okay too. And at one point, I really, really did explode at my parents. I was like, why? Why do you always ask this? And they said something to me that I think a lot of Indian, or at least Indian children of Indian ethnicity, hear from their parents. And it's that if you want to achieve anything, you have to be twice as good as the Anna Bridbury in your class. You have to be better than them, because people will not take you as seriously as they take her. And I always used to think my parents were being overcautious and kind of silly about it. Their experience in the UK was obviously really, really different from mine. They moved here as adults. They moved here as adults. They had accents. They didn't have the same qualifications as the people they were competing against. Obviously, their experience was going to be different, but mine wouldn't be like that. I was born here. I've spoken English as my first language my whole life. I have GCSEs. Obviously, no one is going to think that I'm not as British as the Anna Bridburys of this world. And I've been lucky in this respect, basically. I've grown up in a very diverse area. I now live in London. And it only occurred to me when I found out about this law that my parents might have been right. And I think this is something that you get a lot throughout adulthood. You finally find out that all your parents' strange anxieties do turn out to be true. And I think they were right about this. The ability, if the Home Secretary maintains the ability to revoke the citizenship of British citizens who happen to be from a diaspora in another part of the world, it is essentially a statement the Conservative government wants to make that I'm not as British as someone white, as someone who's grown up here. I am probably more Indian than Shamima Begum. I speak the language, I have family in India, and she's never been to Bangladesh. And it seems crazy to me that the government wants to maintain this statement, but it is a maintained statement that Sajid Javid and Priti Patel seem to want to be able to make. They want to be able to say that no matter how long you've been here, no matter what language you speak, no matter if you've ever even stepped foot in the country that your ancestors are from, they want to still be able to send us back to where we apparently came from.
Thank you. Can I ask Richard Flowers of Tower Hamlets to stand by? And I now call Ian Sanderson from Havering.
Good morning, Conference. For family reasons, I visit the Czech city of Brno about 5 times a year. There I have noticed, embedded on the pavements of some of the older streets, brass plaques about 9 centimeters square. Each plaque bears the name and dates of birth and death of a person. The dates of death are in the early 1940s. With the often Jewish forenames and German-sounding surnames, one can deduce who these people were. They were Jewish citizens who lived in the adjacent building. For many, this is their only physical memorial. The road to the Holocaust in the German lands that the Nazis ruled started as a paperwork exercise. They declared their Jewish subjects, often very assimilated and indistinguishable from their fellow citizens, to be no longer German citizens. In South Africa, too, the Group Areas Act of 1970 declared that blacks were no longer South African citizens, but citizens of a tribal homeland, which their family may have left generations before. It then became a simple administrative matter to send any black person who lived and worked in a designated white area but had become inconvenient to some faraway rural backwater. In President Trump's phrase, they sent them home. These examples, which occurred in civilized countries with sophisticated legal systems, must make us apprehensive about any proposal to deprive someone of their citizenship. More apprehensive still if all that is needed is the signature of a functionary or a politician. That route has been, and is still being, misused by tyrants and racists. The principle must be, if a person has been a citizen or has come by citizenship honestly, the state is stuck with them. They have the rights, privileges, and obligations of citizenship. If they have committed crimes, that is a matter of law and order for the courts. If they have got citizenship through fraud, that is also a matter for the courts, so that the individual circumstances are considered. Of course, what can you expect from a government preparing to remove European citizenship from most of its citizens? Please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I ask Nasser Butt of Sutton to stand by to summate on the motion? And I call Richard Flowers of Tower Hamlets.
Conference, I put in an amendment to this motion to say we should go further and abolish this power altogether. And we've heard testimony after testimony why we should do that. Because it's a simple, clean message. Stop Brexit, stop depriving citizenship. Revoke Article 50, revoke the Home Secretary's power to wreck lives. And I could have done the time-honoured Lib Dem thing of opposing the motion because it doesn't go far enough. But good people have put hard work into this, and I won't stand in the way of better to grandstand for best. So let's take this step forward, but continue to campaign for the abolition of this abhorrent power. British citizenship is a promise that goes both ways. And this power makes immigrants and their families second-class citizens, their rights as British contingent on behaviour. Joy from Greenwich was quite right about that. As Siobhan Benita said in her powerful speech yesterday, immigration is good. And we should keep our promises to the people who have promised to make their lives here and treat them equally. It's our values. It's British fair play. But we've seen from the way Sajid Javid used the case of Shamima Begum, just so he could pose as a Tory strongman, that it's the existence of this power that makes it open to abuse. The Home Secretary grotesquely exaggerated the power, sweeping whole groups of people into its reach by deciding that if he just thinks people could have enough nationality, he can render them unpeople. And in a time when Labour is mired in anti-Semitism, do we really want to say that to those people who might claim citizenship in Israel, that we don't value them as British? Some things are right or wrong. Deprivation of citizenship is wrong. We should say so. So please, take this first step, but make it a start and commit to ending this abusive, abhorrent, arbitrary power. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Nasser Butt to summate on the motion.
Good morning, conference. I've been speaking conference for about 30 years, but I've never summated before, so I was quite nervous as to how to approach this, but my job's been made quite easy. We've had some excellent speakers who made some excellent points, and I'm going to just respond to them, but I think there were some concerns, but there isn't really anything to concern about. But let me start by clarifying. A lot has been said about Shamima Begum. Shamima Begum was a catalyst for this motion. Shamima Begum was a case in point, an example, which brought the members of the Liberal Democrat Muslim Forum together, and they said it's highlighted a problem for all sorts of immigrants, and we need to take it forward. And we sat down with our Home Affairs spokesperson, Ed Davey, who actually helped us develop this and bring it here. So please remember, that is an example and not trying to solve her problem, but it actually helped us to get us here. And I want to thank Christine Jardine, who's just taken up the Home Affairs and taken ownership of the motion, and thank you for presenting it this morning. Rabina is actually, I can see it was her personal involvement in it, but I think if I can go to the next speaker, Cass, and she highlighted the Article 15 of the United Nations Charter. And it's quite important, which says that a government cannot make a citizen stateless. And if a Home Secretary is looking for ways and excuses to justify a place for shunting our British citizens, then it shows more about the Home Secretary than the law itself. There's obviously their concern. The two speakers, Anthony and Joy, they highlighted the whole approach, how the immigrant communities, the parents, are worried with that kind of approach, where they've got ancestors from different countries. And some countries allow a citizenship back much easier than others. And if you have that avenue opens, you've got a whole lot of immigrants' parents and everyone else worried about because they've got ancestors relating to other countries. And we need to get rid of that. And this motion gets rid of that. And we realized that that was there. Sarah highlighted the issue of children. We've said in two ways that, first of all, no British-born citizen could be revoked of its citizenship. That includes children. And we also said that we take away the powers from Home Secretary, and he would have to apply to the courts every time he wants to revoke a citizenship. So it's no longer making political statements, building one's career, and then leaving the courts to deal with the issue. You should all know that Shamima Begum is in this country now, and the courts have allowed her here, and the case is going through the court. But Sajid Javed has got his chancellorship and has gone on to do other things. How shameful for him. He didn't listen to, when the debate went on in the House of Parliament, MP after MP, even from his own backbenchers, appealed to him with all sorts of ways. But he was building his career at the time, and he was ignoring every single MP, and he went ahead. And I want to thank Ian Sanderson, because he's picked up all the nitty-gritties and actually clarified the position quite accurately, because we've closed lots of loops in here. We've also closed a loop about the naturalized citizens. The only time the naturalized citizen would be revoked is if he's achieved that citizenship through fraud, misleading Home Office.
Can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
There's no other way as the naturalized citizens. Once they've gone through that stage, then they are part of the British born clauses, so they are protected from all the other clauses. So, conference, I think we've covered it quite well. And can I just say one point about the last gentleman who wanted to put amendment? We thought about it. We wanted to go there. We wanted to do that. And somebody did promise to put amendments in, but didn't do that in time. But perhaps next time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to a vote on this item. I'm going to need to see your voting cards. I won't be able to see anybody right at the back behind the wooden screen, so, but everybody else. Can I see all those in favour of this motion, please? And all those against? I think that is NEMCON. That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers for taking part in this debate. I'd like to thank my aide, Cara Jenkinson, on the stage, and my aide, Paul Tilsley, in the hall. And I'm now going to hand over the chair to Jenny Lang for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Conference. We now have a very exciting speaker for you. I know there's quite a lot of new members, so you may not be familiar with our Scottish leader, Willie Rennie. I actually realised I've now known Willie for 19 years, I think it was, and it was Bournemouth 19 years ago, around about that time that I first joined the party. So I thought I'd just set the scene for you, for those of you who don't know him. Willie is one of our most upbeat and energetic and positive parliamentarians. He's never one to shy away from a really good photo op. But there's a couple of things you may not know about Willie. One is that he loves to run. And last year he actually ran 170 miles in just 4 days for charity, which is almost 5 marathons. But I've also got a little secret, and I'm just going to tell you guys. So it doesn't go beyond this hall, just so you know. This is a little fact about Willie Rennie. He suffers from a porridge anxiety. And every time he goes on holiday, he feels the need to take his own porridge with him because he doesn't trust them to get it right. As I say, that's just between you and me. So now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our Scottish leader, Willie Rennie.
Well, what an amazing week we've had, hearing about our 700 council gains, the 15 European gains, Chuka, Sarah, Angela, Philip, Luciana, Sam, joining from the Conservatives and Labour. the Brecon win for the wonderful Jane Dodds against the Conservatives. And it's happening in Scotland too. Councillor Fiona Dryborough left Labour to join us. Councillor Mark McGeever left the Conservatives to join us. And there will be more to come. And in Shetland, we won for the steely Beatrice Wishart. And we won against the SNP, who threw absolutely everything at it. The kitchen sink, the whole worktop, and the toaster too. And we won, up and winning in by-elections across the country. Yes, you can't quite believe it, but we are on the up, and you better get used to it, because there is more, so much more to come. Talented, energetic, empathetic, clear-thinking, intelligent, and most of all, downright determined. Isn't that the character of someone who would lead our country so well? What a refreshing change it would make. In the midst of a national crisis, Joe Swinson is rising up. It's time for the old to make way for the new. When you look at Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn, the answer has to be Joe Swinson. So Boris Johnson, Jeremy, watch out, Joe is on the march. We must stop a no-deal Brexit, but we must stop Brexit full stop. We have stood firm. We have absolutely stood firm. We knew straight away, instantly, that we would need to escape this looming chaos. And we were right. The value of the pound has plummeted. The cost of imports is up. Prices are up. The cost of your family holiday is up. The economy is sluggish. Business investment cut. Laughed at by the world. We're already facing the price of Brexit, and it's not even happened yet. And David Cameron, you imposed the divisions of your party on our country. You arrogantly believed you could win anything. You walked away when it got tough and hid in your shed. And you have humiliated our nation. David Cameron, you have got a lot to answer for. You should have called your book, Honey, I Shrunk the Country. And now we have the current Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, held hostage, a prisoner of Nigel Farage. We see what they are doing, from a 1 in a million chance one day to touch and go the next. They are doubling down for no deal. They are expelling their moderates. But in Scotland, no Conservative MPs have been harmed in the making of this dogma. Not one has rebelled. It's not good enough. They aren't standing up for the centre ground values that got them elected. They aren't speaking up against their right-wing no-deal government. Scottish Conservatives, you have to stand up and be counted like Amber Rudd, or forever be condemned as a waste of Scottish space. I am proud to stand up for our party. You know I like to get out and about. I like to have a bit of fun. No amorous pigs or boisterous rams this year. Just a bit of water skiing, which I have to say I thought I was quite good at. I was riding a wave of support. Actually, all you have to do is just grasp on firmly with both hands. Hang on for dear life. The following week, that particular tactic did mean I wasn't so good at picking strawberries. This summer, I wanted to find out for myself about life on the fruit farms of East Fife. So to East Grangemuir Farm near Pittenweem I went to pick strawberries. The farm has invested in itself. The aim is to play its part towards doubling the value of the food and drink sector by 2030. They have huge polytunnels powered from biomass. No longer a 6-week season, they pick from the spring right all the way through to the autumn. They supply top quality strawberries to supermarkets across the United Kingdom. And the workers to pick the berries travel from as far afield as Romania and Ukraine. But since Brexit, the farm has battled to get enough workers. The fall in the value of the pound has slashed their wages. The farm needs more workers to match its plans for growth, but the government has choked off supply. They asked for 20 workers and just got 8. These workers are contributing to the growth of a great Scottish business. Immigration is good for the heart and the well-being of our country. Immigration means workers, means business. The Conservative government are not just anti-immigration, they are anti-business too. And that's exactly why we stood firm. We are pro-immigration and pro-business. We said, stop Brexit. Now, it was unpopular at first, but we believed that to be right, so we stuck to what we believed. Now we have 1 million people marching for Europe on the streets of London. 6 million people signing a petition to revoke Article 50. Protests and marches to stop Brexit in every corner of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is more strongly pro-European than it has ever been. And it is the Liberal Democrats who speak for those millions of people who voted Remain and want to stop Brexit. So if you've had enough of Brexit, if you want to make it stop, if you want to stop Boris Johnson, if you want to stand up for the good relations with our neighbours, only the Liberal Democrats speak for you. Back Joe Swinson, back the Liberal Democrats, stop Brexit. We are a movement of hope that can win right across the United Kingdom. My message to those Remainers in Scotland thinking of backing independence is simple. There is another way. Believe. Have hope. We can keep Scotland in the United Kingdom and the United Kingdom in Europe. We don't need or want independence. Some think independence would allow us to escape Brexit, but it will simply add to our woes. All the chaos of Brexit multiplied and multiplied again. We need to learn the lessons of Brexit, not repeat the mistakes. Our ties with Europe are deep and valuable. Our ties in the UK are even deeper and even more valuable. Cutting those ties with Europe after 40 years is absolute torture. We should only imagine the pain of breaking 300-euro ties. And it would be the vulnerable who would suffer most, just like Brexit. So don't cut and run. Don't snatch for independence. There is hope. The momentum to stop Brexit is growing. We can do this. So those people and more can rely on the Liberal Democrats to speak for them. We are the only party in Scotland to stand up for the majority of people in Scotland. We are pro-UK. We are pro-EU. We are progressive. Scotland should come with us and win that tussle for the soul of these islands. Be part of the change. Be part of stopping Brexit. Be part of the winning team. And you can't rely on the SNP. They pursue independence no matter the cost. You can't rely on the Conservatives. They pursue Brexit no matter the cost. You can't rely on Labour They're pursuing something, but who on earth knows what it is? The latest position on Brexit is glorious. They opposed a referendum, then supported a referendum. Opposed Remain on the ballot, now support Remain on the ballot. They will oppose Brexit and they will deliver Brexit. They oppose Nigel Farage and support Nigel Farage. They oppose Theresa May's deal, now support Theresa May's deal. This is the tussle for the soul of the United Kingdom, and Jeremy Corbyn is on the wrong side. Labour under Jeremy Corbyn has betrayed his party's internationalist and pro-European tradition, tangled up in a spaghetti of process, so confused, so sad, at this time of national crisis. This is not an opposition, it's an absolute embarrassment. And it doesn't get much better for Labour in Scotland. I've been leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats for 8 years. I know it's hard to believe I look so fresh. It's the porridge. In my 8 years as leader, I've seen 5 leaders of the Scottish Labour Party, and they change their positions as often as they change their leaders. We stood side by side with them against independence in 2014. Now they will support another independence referendum to buy off the SNP in return for the keys to Downing Street. And on Brexit, the Scottish Labour Party is for Remain this week. But they know that Jeremy Corbyn would negotiate to leave next week. Labour were once the dominant force in Scotland, but they are now an empty shell. And Labour voters in Scotland should not stand for it. In the 8 years that I've led our Scottish Party, we have achieved for our country. We campaigned and badgered the Scottish Government to take extra steps on early years childcare and on mental health. We got them to bring in a pupil premium and free school meals. We have been the strong Liberal voice on the age of criminal responsibility and gender recognition, even when the SNP have lined up with the Conservative mindset. We worked across the parties to increase the powers of the Scottish Parliament as the steps on the way to a more federal country. And we have challenged the SNP when they have tried to impose centralisation on our police and cut the links between the police and our communities. That is the difference that the Liberal Democrats make. People can't depend on the SNP. They have taken their eye off the ball on Scottish public services to focus on independence. I know it sometimes looks like life is good in the Scottish Government, but things aren't always what they seem. They start with the comical. The First Minister went to launch a new ferry. It was months late, and they didn't have the heart to tell her. So they actually painted windows onto the metal so it looked like it was finished as it slid down the slipway. But they also get serious. They delayed their mental health strategy for 15 months, meaning tens of millions of pounds was left unspent on new staff. And they wonder why waiting times for young people can still be heartbreakingly more than a year, with targets missed the length and breadth of Scotland. Education slips down the international rankings, and SNP ministers try to impose Thatcherite national tests on 5-year-olds. And are amazed when it doesn't work. No wonder teachers are furious. They have a sick kids' hospital with no sick kids, and no public inquiry about its 3-year delay. There are trains with no carriages and no staff, buses with no passengers, a nursery expansion that actually closes nurseries, an energy company with no energy customers, and a nationalised airport in Prestwick whose main business turns out to be the United States military who stop over to use Donald Trump's hotel at Turnberry. And despite the climate emergency, they still support a third runway at Heathrow. With the chaotic performance of the Conservative government at Westminster, the SNP have evaded the spotlight of scrutiny. But that will change. We are watching you, and we are not impressed. And I tell you this, our positive programme, all the things we want to do for education and mental health, investing in people so that they can be all they can be, standing up for liberties, this can't be left to the SNP. Even when they take our ideas, they tend to make a mess of them. No, this needs Liberal Democrats. It needs Liberal Democrats to grow stronger still and keep on winning, and to talk about winning. And that is my positive, hopeful message to you today. We should be hopeful, forward-looking and excited. The Scotland and the Britain we can win does not have to be the dismal choice between going back to the unfair country of the past or else onto the divided future the nationalists would like. At our heart, we want every individual to achieve their potential, a country where everyone has a share and a stake in our success. There is so much we can achieve in our beautiful and diverse country, a force for good in Europe and the world. Invest in people through education and mental health. Protect us all from the climate emergency. Stand up to those who would limit our freedoms. And we now have the moment. We have the people, many more people. We have the big ideas. We have the things to say that people want to hear. And we have the leader who can answer the cry from people across the country as they demand better. We are winning. We are growing. Our best is still to come.
Thank you very much, Conference. Thank you very much to Willie as well. I'm now going to be handing over to the next session, which is a special tribute to Paddy Ashdown. So I'm going to hand the chair over to Baroness Liz Barker, and thank you to Simon McGrath, my aide.
In 1981, a first-time speaker strode to the rostrum at conference and delivered an impassioned speech about nuclear disarmament. At that moment, all of us present realised what our fellow Liberals in Yeovil already knew. Here was somebody very special. From his brilliant autobiography, A Fortunate Life, we gradually learned that he was a soldier, a diplomat, a spy, a youth worker, an unemployed dad, an MP, a peer, and a UN High Representative. Many of us in this hall will remember that tall figure yomping through conference with a jacket over his shoulder. We'll remember him standing in a bar late at night, talking to anyone about anything over a beer. And for those of us who heard it, we will never forget that same joke that he told every year at the Glee Club. Many of you in this hall are new. He would love that. But will you please spend the next few minutes with some of us as we explain to you about the person who was one half of an amazing couple. He was, and he always will be, Paddy.
and I mean, we were children when we met. We were children when we got married. We'd been together for 60 years, would you believe? Man and boy, girl and old bag, which was a hell of a long time. And I miss him terribly, and so do the kids. He was a fantastic father. He wasn't a very good hands-on father of babies. He only ever changed one nappy. And I don't think he ever cooked a meal that was edible for the children. But he took them on adventures.
I can remember when I worked in the Liberal office. Our office was upstairs over the Liberal Club at the top of a very drafty staircase, and we used to keep the door closed in winter. But we always knew when Paddy came in on a Friday morning, because there would be this almighty crash as he flung the doors open, bounded up the stairs and said, "You're deliberately keeping my constituents out."
Well, I first met Paddy in 1989, and I still wasn't signed up to the Liberal Democrats. And he was the person who got me over the line. And he did so because of his clarity of the way he talked about his liberalism, whether it's political liberalism, social liberalism, personal liberalism, or economic liberalism. He was the real liberal leader that I think we've all admired over the years, and he certainly got me to join the party.
The first time I met him, it was at party conference in 1998, and he did this session for Lib Dem youth and students, Meet the Leader. He came into the room, turned the chair around the wrong way, sat astride it, took his jacket off, and he was there ready to answer our questions and engage in some good debate with the next generation of the party. And that accessibility, that openness, those were hallmarks of Paddy.
Paddy was what in politics sometimes seems like a contradiction. He was a passionate man of reasonable convictions. But in reality, there is no contradiction. He was a patriot, but committed to a country celebrating its diversity. He was an advocate of constitutional change, but always designed to enhance our democratic traditions and not destroy them. He was pro-Europe because he was pro-Britain, and he hated the notion that to be more British, you had somehow to be less European.
He could be impetuous, he could be wrong, I mean, like anybody, but as so many people, have said, his energy, his enthusiasm, his curiosity, all of that was inspiring, but the thing that inspired me the most was that he had no cynicism. In a world of such cynicism in politics, he always believed that politics was important, that what we did was important, and that politics could be a force for good. And that was, I think it was one of the reasons why he always made everybody around him bigger and better than they otherwise would be.
There were so many different parts to Paddy's life, and we've got three speakers who are going to talk about just a few of them to you. First of all, Nick Harvey is going to come and talk about what it was like to be an MP with Paddy. Nick.
Well, I've been asked to say a few words about working with Paddy in Parliament. What can one say? But at close quarters, just as in popular legend, Paddy was inspiring, challenging, and exasperating in equal measure. There was certainly never a dull moment. He was the first man up in the morning, usually at a most ungodly hour, the first into work, the first into any political battle, and afterwards the first into the pub. His sheer force of will drove us from near extinction to our breakthrough in 1997 and the growth that followed. Paddy told me as a young PPC, politics isn't about where you are, it's about where you're going. Momentum was all, and Paddy was never a man for staying still. If you had the experience of being in a bus or a helicopter with Paddy, waiting for the door to open and for him to leap out and take a crowd by storm, it was like being alongside a coiled spring. Paddy's moral courage over Hong Kong passports infuriated the tabloids, but it defined us as a party. His challenging of the mishandling of the Balkan conflicts went over the heads of a hostile Commons chamber and addressed a national and an international audience beyond. Back in the early 1990s, the party leader chaired parliamentary party meetings, and Paddy's style was to open a discussion by laying out his own view on a matter very strongly. Colleagues would then pile in with a multitude of objections, whether from the left or the right or the front or the back. You would think the whole thing was in tatters, but Paddy, with great chutzpah, would then sum up where he thought the consensus lay, which invariably bore an uncanny resemblance to the statement he'd set out at the beginning. After some unhelpful leaks from our parliamentary party meetings, he became quite convinced that somebody was bugging the meeting room, so he had some of his old friends come in and sweep it. Nothing was found, so he turned to leak inquiries. He ordered me to conduct one. "Find out who's done this terrible thing," he said. So I said, "Well, there's really no need for an investigation. I can tell you who did the terrible thing, Paddy. I did." You did this, whatever possessed you," he said. I said, "Well, if you remember rightly, Paddy, you asked me to." To which he said, "Good Lord, I did think it was rather convenient it had come out, but thought I ought to look appropriately angry." Another time, he ordered a rather reluctant Archie Kirkwood to conduct a leak inquiry. Nobody paid it too much attention, but to everyone's surprise, at the following week's meeting, he suddenly said, "I will now ask the Chief Whip to report on his leak inquiry." An astounded Archie froze on the spot and then said, deadpan, "I've conducted a full inquiry and concluded that the culprit is Mr. Charles Kennedy." Everybody turned round and stared at an embarrassed and by this stage scarlet Charles, and even Paddy looked quite surprised. He said, "Good God, would you care to say more?" "Yes," said Archie. "I've interviewed all the MPs and all the staff. Everybody denied it, but Charles was out of the country, so by a process of elimination..." Another time, Paddy complained to me that MPs were plotting against him and had formed something called the Grumbles Group. "Can you imagine anything so utterly negative?" he said. "Find out who they are." So I said, "Well, I can tell you who they are. It's me and Don Foster and Paul Tyler and Ming Campbell, and we meet at a restaurant called Grumbles. You're very welcome to join us," and he did many times. In fact, despite his military background, or perhaps because of it, Paddy genuinely welcomed challenge. He expected his officers to have strong views and to voice them, and if you wanted the right to say later, "I told you so," it was rather important that you had indeed told him so. He relished rigorous debate more than anyone else I've worked with, even if he did ultimately expect you to salute your senior officer and respect rank. He used to ring regularly when I was a defence minister, and on one occasion the phone rang and there he was. Nick, I need to borrow a submarine," he said. Assuming he was winding me up, I said, "Yes, absolutely, Paddy. I'll take them off continuous at-sea deterrent straight away. Where would you like it sending?" It turned out he needed it for his Cockleshell's Heroes film, and a sub of some description was found and duly dispatched. The party and British politics owe a great debt to Paddy for his outstanding contribution to our public life. Those of us privileged to work with him at close quarters will remember with affection a force of nature, an inspiring teammate, and a loyal friend. And for all his foibles, we loved him.
Thank you, Nick. I'd like to ask Joe Phillips to come to the rostrum and to talk on behalf of a very much beleaguered and underestimated bunch of people. They were Paddy's staff. Joe.
Thank you, Liz. You can always spot the people who worked closely with Paddy. We all walk remarkably fast. Whether that was with him on the campaign trail, around Westminster, in and out of television studios, conference halls, in war zones, or in the fields in his beloved Somerset, you just had to keep up. I also learned very early on to be wary of getting out of cars behind him. Either the door would be slammed shut as he marched off, or left wide open, scattering papers to be gathered up with bags, coats, as you scrambled to keep up with him. Many tributes have been rightly paid to Paddy, not least in the wonderfully moving memorial service at Westminster Abbey last week. And in all the tributes that have been written and spoken, a couple of words keep cropping up, and they have today in the film and in Nick's speech just now: impatient and energetic. He was certainly both of those and much, much more. Just to give you a bit of context, when I worked for Paddy a very long time ago, technology wasn't quite so advanced. I had 2 pagers and a mobile phone the size of a house brick with a battery life of about half an hour. Faxes were our favoured method of sharing documents, and when he was working on a speech or a book away from the office, the fax machine would be whirring non-stop. We'd quite often come in on a Monday morning to Westminster and find these reams of paper from his weekend working. Poor Jane, she must have had the fax machine on all the time. We'd look at these pages that had been spewed out, covered with Paddy's very distinctive writing, in ink with a proper pen, arrows and scrawls, which we in the office would then try to decipher, to rewrite the amendments he wanted, and fax back to him. None of your track changes luxury in those days. I think Paddy woke up on high alert and ready to go. Invariably, shortly after the 6 o'clock news bulletin in the morning, he'd be on the phone or paging one of us, or all of us, demanding to know why he hadn't been invited onto the Today programme, even if they weren't talking anything to do with British politics or anything that he knew about. This wasn't about ego. This was about someone whose mind was constantly working, who had questions and answers, conversations and discussions he wanted to share. He found Westminster frustrating, slow and unwieldy. Preparing for Prime Minister's question time, in those days twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, was a challenge. There was no guarantee that he'd be called, and if he was, the question he chose had to have maximum impact and hopefully get some media coverage. Remember, back then, the Lib Dems were squeezed out of the media, treated with outright disdain by a large section of the press gallery, so every word had to count if we were to make an impact or get noticed, and no one worked harder than Paddy at that. In fact, I was just talking to Jane before we came into the hall and remembered the first time I went down to the House, and Paddy and I watched Tony Blair making his first conference speech, and Paddy went, "Shit, he's good, isn't he?" So he was often glad to escape from Parliament, and on the road with him is where some of my fondest memories come from. Although one of my very first trips with him, he was being driven and I was following in the car behind. To my utter horror, I suddenly realised that I could see only the driver, no Paddy. Where was he? What had happened? Surely the local party chairman or whoever was driving him hadn't dropped him off somewhere. Being taken hostage, held over till the raffle on Saturday. Was I following the wrong car? No, I discovered that Paddy had this brilliant ability to catnap. He was absolutely wonderful. 40 winks and he was rejuvenated. It was also a handy way for him to zone out from tedious conversations, although you could guarantee just when you thought he wasn't listening, he'd wake up on full alert. Another time we were in Newport, Gwent, where we had very little chance of overturning a whacking Labour majority. But nevertheless, we dutifully drove to Gwent from Westminster on a wet winter's evening. We checked into the hotel and decided to go out in search of somewhere else to eat. Every single restaurant was fully booked. Paddy marched into every one of them, even speaking in Mandarin in the hope of getting a table in a Chinese restaurant to a rather bemused proprietor. No luck. So eventually we returned to the hotel and were shown to their restaurant. Bedecked with flowers, artificial roses on every table, and hearts festooned the room. What we'd failed to realise was that it was Valentine's Day. And as we reluctantly sat down, Paddy put his head in his hands and said, "I don't know what's worse, the thought of a sun photographer or Archie Kirkwood seeing it." We laughed an enormous amount. He had a great sense of humour, an appreciation of the absurd, and as we all know, there's been plenty of that over the years on campaign trails. He recognised his own shortcomings. He once went off to put the kettle on with the promise of tea for the office. It must have boiled by now. But we never saw the tea. He'd become distracted by something far more interesting, so we gave up on that. He was often hopeless with names, and quite often whoever was with him would have to mutter a name or other details before he could grasp the hand of a local worthy like a long-lost friend. We went to Bosnia, where we spent some interesting times. We stayed in an empty house near the ambassador's residence in Sarajevo in the early 90s, and when asked which room he wanted, Paddy said, "It doesn't matter as long as there's a plug for my hairdryer." He loved being with soldiers, a few hundred yards from the confrontation line, and positively relished being billeted in porter cabins in minus 25 degrees, wearing the same clothes for days on end. On that particular trip, we bumped into Kate Adie, reporting on the conflict for the BBC. She did an interview with Paddy. The following day, we met again, and she wanted a further interview because there had been some developments overnight. His only hesitation was being seen on TV in the same jumper he was wearing the previous day. Paddy's solution? "Joe, lend me yours." Not always practical, often exasperating, but always exhilarating, inspiring, dynamic, and demanding in the best possible way. He demanded the best from us, not for him, but the party, the country, and the things he wanted to achieve for the common good. He brought out the best in people and saw the best opportunity in every challenge. He really did demand better. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And finally, I'd like to ask Ian Patrick to come up and talk a little bit more about Paddy, working for Paddy both here and in Bosnia. Ian.
So I've been asked to say a few words today about Paddy Ashdown as High Representative and EU Special Representative, a title he said came from the pages of Gilbert and Sullivan, although that was lost on us younger members of staff. I mean, as Joe said, one thing that you can tell about Paddy's former staff is that we all walk very quickly, and more of us have grey hair now than we could possibly admit. But in 2002, Paddy's journey to Sarajevo began. The Paddy and Jane Ashdown team came to Sarajevo as they had fought on many campaigns before. Paddy bringing his fiery nature, bull in a china shop, and Jane bringing her caring, calm manner to all of us, particularly those younger members of staff who she mothered throughout the many, many decades of people passing through her house, staying over. But they came, and Paddy not only poked the hornet's nest of Sarajevo, but took both hands and shook it wildly as the hornets came around him, and he fought organised crime, special interests, corruption, ethnic division, and war crimes. And those of you who joined us at Westminster Abbey last week will have heard the words of Sir John Major when he told a story about a petrol station incident. There was, on one occasion, Paddy would 2 million euros was taken out on Paddy's head. And of course, he didn't think that was more than enough. But we had this meeting one day in the office of the High Representative, and it concerned the petrol station next door to the office of the High Representative. And we were sitting around, and all of us was thinking, well, surely this is the worst case scenario. You know, you could blow up the petrol station, and the office would disappear. Paddy banged the table again and again and said, "Who here has tried to blow up a petrol station? Because I have, and it's bloody difficult, I can tell you." But it was that same situation that Paddy took in his stride, and it was a real threat against him. And as part of the security procedures that we had to go through, one of them was a review of the security of the residence where he and Jane lived. And his protection team of young Royal Military Police, once again taken under the Jane Ashdown wing, listened as we went through the stages. And of course, the idea that there'd be a marauding terrorist link coming to the residence to take over meant that there was all these places put in. And the very last stage of this incident was Paddy and Jane being put in the attic of their house, locked behind a closed door, with a shotgun put in. And Paddy was told, no matter what happens, if you're not given the code word, blast whoever comes through the shotgun. So Paddy thought, well, okay. But, you know, he's the young Royal Marine, so he quite liked it at the same time. And then next morning, he came into the office and said, "Ian, my friend, I've been thinking about that." I said, okay. He said, "Now you're going to need this like you have a hole in the head. But listen," he said, "if after 40 years of marriage, I'm locked in an attic with Jane Ashdown and a shotgun, the greatest risk to my life is Jane rather than any terrorist on the other side of that door." As Joe, Nick and others have said, we've heard many about Paddy's qualities since he left us last December. Patience, a respect for authority and process, and adversity to risk are definitely not amongst them, as anyone who is driven by Paddy in his entire life will attest. Zooming onto a motorway without any care of any other drivers means that the risk was mine rather than his. But one quality we haven't heard about Paddy is his emotion. He was a deeply emotional man that drove him on many occasions. And I'd just like to tell one small story today about a time when I believe he had the greatest impact. And that's in Srebrenica. Many of you will be aware that in July 1995, a genocide happened on the very borders of Europe. 8,000 young men and boys were murdered in a terrible, terrible massacre. On arrival in 2002 in Sarajevo, Paddy heard that they had no final rest in place. Ethnic division, corruption, bureaucracy and internal squabbling means that the mothers of Srebrenica had no place to rest their loved ones. This, of course, was not good enough for Paddy. Angry and frustrated, as Jane worked with the mothers of Srebrenica, in under 2 years, he'd built a memorial and cemetery so that now 6,500 people can rest in peace, those that murdered in genocide. And on that day that the cemetery was opened, it was a hot September 2003, the women under Islamic tradition were waiting for men to come around to help bury their sons. Of course, there were not enough men to do so. So Paddy took off his jacket, entered the grave, and on that day helped her mother bury her son. On that day, Paddy helped someone. He was driven by that help as he had throughout his entire life. In 1997, his last as leader of the Liberal Democrats, this phrase was "make the difference." On that day, to that woman, Paddy made a difference. To the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina, he made a difference. To the people of Yeovil, who he represented for 18 years, he made a difference. To this party, he made a difference as we prepared us for government in 2010. And for everyone who has ever known Paddy or inspired by his leadership, he made a difference, and that is his greatest tribute. Thank you.
One of the troops who was led by Paddy once said, "It was always interesting to be led by Captain Ashdown. Never quite sure where you were going to end up. The journey would always be interesting." In Paddy's journey, Jane was always with him by his side. So to Jane, Nick and Kate, thank you for taking us on an amazing journey.
Conference, if you are leaving the auditorium, please can you do so quietly? Good morning, Conference. My name is Councillor Victor Chamberlain, and I'll be chairing the next item, which is F37 on the agenda. My aides for the session are Jenny Lang on the stage and Sally Burnell in the auditorium. You can find the policy motion on page 64 of the agenda, and the mover in this debate will have 7 minutes to speak, the summator will have 4 minutes, and every other speaker will have 3 minutes. We have received quite a lot of cards for this debate, so I'm afraid not everybody has had the chance to be called, but we have achieved a balance in the debate. So can I now ask Mark Pack to move the motion and Linda Jack to stand by?
Just to say, as you probably gather, I am not Mark Pack, I am Mark Platt. I wish I were. What a privilege to follow that. I shall try and do my best to honour the legacy that Paddy left our party, fighting for social justice. Chair, Conference, the UK has a housing crisis. We don't have enough homes that are fit to live in for those that need them. That means many people end up living in properties that are unfit for human habitation, and many of them are private renters. 11 million people in England now live in the private rented sector, and many of them rent properties that are unsafe, or unsanitary, or both. And when they complain, many are unceremoniously turfed out to be replaced by another set of tenants who go through exactly the same thing. It sounds extreme. It sounds unbelievable. But it's absolutely true. And it happens because of a piece of legislation, Section 21 of the Housing Act of 1988. That legislation, designed by a Thatcher government, was intended to open up the private rental market, to bring in investment and so increase the numbers of homes available for private rent. Of course, even as the amount of social housing decreased. But those investors aren't all benign folk, just wanting to help those in need. Some investors aren't really investors. They're quick return merchants. Section 21 means a renter's home can be taken away from them without any reason, without any negotiation, with just 2 months' notice, providing little time to make alternative arrangements or to save for the cost of moving. With too few homes available at affordable rents, Section 21 acts like a vicious clamp on those on low incomes, including elderly people and families. I could bore you with numbers, but as we know from Brexit, economics aren't what convince in an argument like this. It's personal stories that matter. Like the single mum forced from her home after reporting a long-standing electrical problem. Like the elderly couple given just 2 months to leave their home because the owner wanted to sell while the market was good. Like the woman who was sent a Section 21 notice after telling her landlord she was pregnant. Section 21 allows bad landlords to bully tenants into not complaining. Section 21 allows rogue landlords to put their tenants in danger. Section 21 makes tenants second-class citizens. Its use is the leading cause of homelessness in the UK, making hundreds of families homeless every week. I'm not alone in thinking this is wrong. Over 50,000 people have signed the Unfair Evictions campaign petition, calling for the end of Section 21. So I'm asking you to support this motion, committing our party to repeal Section 21. By repealing it, we remove the ability of bad landlords to avoid maintaining their properties. By repealing it, we provide tenants with stability and security. By repealing it, we force landlords to engage with their tenants and to see them as people and to see the properties that they rent as someone else's home. Landlords should have rights to their properties, but they also have a duty of care to the people they house. Everyone should have the right to a safe, secure, decent home without fear of an unjustified eviction. But this isn't about bashing all landlords, because I'm proposing more than scrapping Section 21. I'm asking for us to work to strengthen the court route for those landlords who do need to have their property returned. I'm also asking for us to support better dialogue between tenants and landlords by working with tenant and landlord organisations. Repealing Section 21 is a small act, but it'll have a huge impact for lots of people. Let's not just demand better, let's make better. Conference, I implore you to support this motion.
Thank you, Mark. Can I ask Councillor Toomey Hawkins to stand by, and I now call Linda Jack, who's our PPC in Luton South.
Morning, Conference. Home. It means so much to all of us. It offers us the security that we all need in order to get the best out of our lives. Throughout my youth work career, it was one of the things that troubled me the most, was the number of homeless young people. If you want to do any other work with anyone, you really need to know that they've got that stability in their lives. And as a foster carer, that's really what I want to talk about, one of the most fundamental things that you have to do for a child that has been traumatized is to provide them with a secure base. That starts with the home that you can offer them. Children are often very traumatized, and if I can tell you about one of my foster sons, we'll call him Mohammed, it's not his real name, who fled tribal violence in Chad, ended up in Libya. Remember, this is a child. Ended up in Libya, where they don't very much like black Africans, was rounded up by the police and put on a leaky boat and ended up in Lampedusa, living rough for 18 months in a park where he said, Mama, because he called me Mama, Mama, every morning you were crawling over dead Africans. So for him, and for other children like him, having that secure base is fundamental. Now, I need to tell you, this is personal to me as well. I have to admit, I've been evicted 3 times over the last 10 years. The first time was because I was lied to, me and my family were lied to, because we were told that we could stay as long as we want. Within 6 months, oh no, we want to sell the house. Bearing in mind the fostering. The second time, we'd been there 5 years, and the landlord refused to deal with the fact that half of the house was freezing cold in the winter. So we bought in the council. What happened? We get evicted. Oh, I'm going to sell the house now. The next time, again, we made it clear as foster carers, we need to make sure we provide a stable base for these children. Oh, yeah, you can stay as long as you like. Probably about 12 years before we want this house back. The next day, the neighbour told my daughter, oh, but they're coming back next year. So yet again, we were faced with moving. This is such a fundamental issue to everything else we stand for as a party. If we're going to tackle poverty, it is one of the basic building blocks that we need to get right. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Can I ask Councillor Hamish McCallum to stand by? And I now call Councillor Toomey Hawkins, who's the Cabinet Member for Planning in South Cambridgeshire.
Hello, Conference. I'm a first-time speaker. Thank you. But I'm here to speak against this motion, surprisingly. But maybe not surprisingly. Contrary to popular belief, taking back possession of a property for good landlords is a last resort because it means something has gone terribly wrong and all attempts have failed to resolve the problem with the tenant. In out of 10 cases, the reason is usually because of arrears, antisocial behavior, or yes, as we've heard, the landlord wants to sell the property. The research done for MHCLG by Burns and Company last year confirms this. There's another way of taking possession other than Section 21, and that's Section 8, and that provides 17 grounds. But the process of that is protracted, is expensive, and court closures recently have not helped. Even with the simplified Section 21, it still takes at least 5 months, if you're lucky, maybe a year, to do that. Now, successive governments have persistently targeted landlords with tax changes, piecemeal legislation, and the increasing number of tenants being given Section 21 now actually is because of the tax legislation introduced by George Osborne in the Section 24 of the Finance Act 2015. That took effect in 2017. What that means is that landlords are no longer able to claim mortgage interest or any other property finance as tax deductible. Instead, rental profit is being taxed with a maximum deduction of finance costs of basic tax rate of 20%. What that means is landlords who are highly geared will be paying tax on profit they never actually had. Some landlord businesses are in distress already. Some are heading that way. They are trying to get out of the business. They have to sell with vacant possession. So, conference, we talk about creating a fair society. I implore you, let us not jump on the bandwagon of punishing private landlords for problems created by government policy and the inability of local councils to implement or enforce current legislation. Instead, let us recognize the role that private rented sector plays by providing accommodation that councils cannot provide. And let's work together with them to improve it. Sort out taxation, sort out the court process, improve tenant education and landlord education, and accountability. Please be fair. Removing Section 21 now from the private rented sector is not fair, and it's not necessary. Conference, please reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Margaret Hebblethwaite to stand by? And I now call Councillor Hamish McCallum from Southwark.
Conference. Although I've been a member of our party for more than a decade and a councillor for half of that time, I have never actually spoken from this stage before. But I feel compelled to do so on this issue and on this motion. Housing is one of the greatest problems facing our country, and in particular my generation. It has been sadly ignored for too long by successive governments, and I do include the period when we were part of the coalition. But it cannot be ignored any longer. Mark spoke about the housing crisis that we're in, but I have to tell you, Conference, we are not in a housing crisis. We're in multiple housing crises. Whether it's the undersupply of new homes, especially in London and the South East, contributing to the rising house prices in those areas and pricing out families from buying properties, or whether it's the rapid increase of homelessness, which we see both directly on our streets through rough sleeping, but also anyone in this room who is a councillor, I'm sure, will know the growing numbers of people who are living in temporary accommodation throughout the country and sitting on housing waiting lists for far too long. Or whether it's the private rented sector, and whether the issue is actually one of quality of accommodation, whether it's price, or whether it's security of tenure. And this motion goes directly to the final one of those many, many issues. But it is, of course, just one piece of a much, much larger puzzle. The private rented sector is growing. There's 11 million people currently living in that type of accommodation who desperately need politicians to pay attention and to reform the legislative framework that impacts them. Like I said, Conference, this has been overlooked for far too long. Just like the causes of the housing crisis are many and varied, so too are the solutions. This is just one piece of the puzzle, but the picture on that puzzle is a big, bold, liberal reform required to housing. And Conference, I know that there's a huge political opportunity for our party in grabbing that moment and grabbing that picture and presenting it to the country. So I commend this motion But I hope it won't be the end of the debate on housing, and I hope that we can come up with that Liberal package of opportunity and new policy to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Can I ask Keith White to stand by, and then I'll call Margaret Hepplethwaite, who wishes to speak against line 35 in the motion.
Conference, I'm a first-time speaker. The crisis of homelessness tears at our heartstrings, doesn't it? We desperately need more homes. Can I ask you to imagine for a moment that you have somewhere you could offer as a home? Perhaps a second home or a granny flat or part of your house now the children have left that you could convert into a flat. Perhaps an adventurous few might say, perhaps I could try it and see how it goes. And then imagine you're told, you can't see how it goes. Once a tenant is in, you can't recover your property unless you take them to court for serious rent arrears. And you say, but supposing they do pay the rent, but it just doesn't work out, or my own plans change. And you're told, you can maybe recover your property if you go to court and prove antisocial behavior. And you say, but that's almost impossible to prove, and I wouldn't want to accuse anyone of that in court. I wouldn't want the aggro, the hassle, the expense, the delay, the stress, neither for me nor for the tenant. Surely there's some mistake, because after all, this is my house. If you feel it wouldn't be worth the risk for you, then you've begun to understand why existing private landlords are in such a state of panic about the proposed legislation to abolish Section 21, and why the National Landlords Association went to Downing Street on the 14th of August with a petition of 7,800 landlords to keep Section 21, and why a record number of landlords, 26%, are planning to sell in 2020 because of the threat of losing Section 21. It's the essential safety net that makes it safe for a landlord to let. So what would small private landlords do? Some would sell up, so good innocent tenants lose their homes. Some would leave the property empty, which is a scandal. Some would only let to short-term foreign visitors who can be relied upon to leave. On all those scenarios, tenants lose out. Only last week, another Lib Dem said to me, if Section 21 goes, she will stop letting. I have the most profound respect for the movers of this motion, but we disagree on the consequences. I find it very uncomfortable to be here saying this because I am a small private landlord. I asked Mark if he would take a separate vote on line 35. He said, no, it's the whole point.
Can you draw your comments to a close, please?
Yes, I would suggest, if you want, that you vote against this motion.
Thank you, Margaret. Can I ask Jill Hope to stand by, please? And then I'll call Keith White from Leeds East and North East.
Thank you, Conference. I understand the concern of the two speakers that have spoken against this motion, but I'm going to encourage you to support it. Now, it is true that a substantial number of people have left the housing market, have sold the properties over the last few months. In fact, there's been a rapid decline in the buy-to-let market since 2015, and George Osborne started tinkering with the tax policies. In fact, independent research shows at the beginning of this year, something like 3,800 properties a month are being sold that were previously let under buy-to-let. And the number of properties which are coming into the market under buy-to-let have fallen from 183,000 at its height in 2007 to just 70,000 last year. But that is the problem of landlords being unable to make a return. And what happens when landlords are unable to make a return is they find the fastest way to evict the tenants and sell the property. It's just one of those things that we need to address. And this motion starts to do something about it. Yes, it starts by protecting tenants, and I'll come on to why that is vitally important. As a former portfolio holder for housing, I've had to deal a number of times with problems in the private sector because, quite frankly, the idea that the social housing sector can deal with all of the needs of our housing isn't true. But one of the problems we have to face is that housing is simply more than a roof over people's heads. And the way in which we rent properties now has changed dramatically. Think about houses in multiple occupation. Think about the fact that now an increasing number of younger people, like one of my eldest daughter, the only way she can afford to rent is to rent as part of a shared house with 4 other people. The way in which we rent, the way in which we deal with housing has changed dramatically over the last few years. So what we need to do is to reform private housing. We need mixed tenure across our communities as the way of building community. This motion starts the process of doing that. But security of tenure for tenants in the private housing sector is vital. And one of the reasons it's vital is, as I say, housing is more than a roof over your head. Housing is the foundation on which lives are built, on which communities are built. And only secure and stable housing can address that particular problem. So, Conference, I urge you to support this motion, but also to support committing the party to reforming the private housing sector as part of a genuine liberal approach to housing for the UK in the 21st century.
Thank you, Keith. Can I ask Councillor Mo Sakib to stand by? And I now call Jill Hope, who is our PPC in Northampton South.
Conference. It's an interesting debate, and it's one of the reasons why I like coming to conference, because it's really good to see speakers for and against, for and against. That's what making policy at conference is about. Now, I've been a councillor and I've helped tenants renting from private landlords in awful circumstances. I remember one particular young woman with a small child with asthma, heavily pregnant, and saying to me that there was no way that she could bring her baby back to her flat, which was black with mould. And I struggled very hard to get her rehoused. Eventually, we only succeeded when she was sitting outside in the rain with her furniture, having been evicted. So I understand about tenants' problems with private rental accommodation. But equally, I'm a banker, slightly less bad than being a politician these days, but I've helped people get buy-to-let mortgages to buy properties to become landlords in a small way. Now, these are not people like the Duke of Westminster. They're not people like Rackman, if people remember him, the rogue landlord from all those years ago. These are ordinary folk trying to make a little bit of return on their small amount of savings, and you can make nothing by putting it in the bank these days. So buying a property is one way of trying to help yourself in the longer term. And these people deal with rogue tenants of the worst type. People who never pay their rent, who trash the premises, who invite all sorts of other people in to sublet. I've had landlords in absolute tears about how badly wrong it's gone. This motion is not good enough because it's too one-sided, and that's not liberal and that's not democratic. We are a fair party. Think about the landlords. This will remove properties from the market. It'll make it worse. Please reject this motion.
Conference, we're coming towards the end. I apologise to anyone that did put a card in and wasn't called. We did have an exceptional number of cards for this debate. Can I ask Louisa Porritt to stand by, who will be summating the motion, and I now call Councillor Mo Sakib from Sutton.
Thank
Thank you, Victor. Now, it looks like Conservative ministers might actually be about to make some movement in the right direction on Section 21. And I never thought I'd say this, but this is something I would actually welcome from Conservative ministers. Now, you see, the private renter sector has grown hugely over recent years. In 1988, there were 2 million households in the private renter sector, and by 2021, that will have gone up to 6 million. And in that time, the insecurity of private tenants has increased as well. If you look at research from the Citizens Advice Bureau, if you make a complaint about an issue in your home and your private tenant, there's a 46% chance that within 6 months, you will receive a Section 21 eviction. And if you look at the Ministry of Justice data, across England, in 2016, there were 15,000 Section 21 evictions. In 2017, there were 12,000, and in 2018, there were 10,000. Now, the main argument being used to oppose scrapping Section 21 is, oh, it'll make it difficult for landlords to be able to evict awful tenants. That's not quite the case. You see, part of what the government has proposed is strengthening Section 8 powers, which should enable landlords to evict tenants who fall into rent arrears or breach their tenancy agreement. So scrapping Section 21 isn't anti-landlord, it's anti-rogue landlords evicting tenants unfairly. Now, I'll have the applause. But what we need to do nationally, we also need to push for longer tenancies, longer notice periods, limiting rent increases, and of course, at the core of so many of our housing issues is we just got to build more homes, like we are doing in Sutton. And what we also do in Sutton is we actively work with landlords as a Lib Dem council. We work with landlords to ensure that they are fulfilling their obligations whilst ensuring that tenants have the housing security that they deserve. A special shout out to Generation Rent and to Shelter, who've done so much campaigning on this, and the party's own housing campaigners, including Tim Farron, Ollie Grinder, and Lord Shipley. I'm a serial renter myself. I've rented 8 places in the last 10 years, and I was delighted to welcome the Lib Dem victory on the tenant fees ban. And our next stop has got to be scrapping Section 21. So I urge you to support this motion. Let's scrap Section 21. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. I will now call the summator, Councillor Louisa Porritt, MEP, who's one of our MEPs in London.
Conference. The Liberal Democrats are a progressive party, and we must implement fair, progressive policies. Section 21 is a regressive clause of the 1988 Housing Act, allowing private landlords to evict tenants without giving them a reason. The housing crisis in this country is such that the average home now costs more than £230,000, and more than 1 million people are waiting for council homes. It is therefore no surprise that, as Mark said, 11 million people in this country are living in the private rented sector. That means the majority of people live in homes that are not secure. Many feel they are unable to complain to their landlords about the poor quality of their homes or a failure by landlords to do repairs. Therefore, unscrupulous landlords, and that doesn't mean that they all are, if they choose to, are able to use unfair, arbitrary reasons to evict their tenants. Last year, when I introduced and passed a motion to commit councillors to campaigning to end Section 21 at Camden Council, I was told a horror story of a woman who told her landlord she was pregnant, as you heard from Mark, and he moved to evict her the next day. Jill, I'm afraid this proves that Section 21 does not only deal with tenants who are on their worst behaviour. Whether you're a tenant or a landowner, where you live is your home. It should be a place where you can feel comfortable and relaxed, not somewhere where you feel like you cannot ask for decent standards of housing just because you fear eviction. Worse still, the high cost of the rental market means that some landlords, and I'll emphasise some, see Section 21 as a means to gain higher rental income from new tenants. The Liberal Democrats have a strong record of campaigning to protect private tenants. Our party has supported the deposit protection scheme, fought abusive letting fees, and supported mandatory licensing for private rented sector homes, as well as a publicly available database of rogue landlords. Bringing an end to this regressive piece of legislation and supporting both landlords and tenants to enter into longer tenancies when they need a property back more effective, and we should reinvest in our legal system. But in Scotland, ending Section 21 did not result in fewer landlords. I take your point that the process can be protracted, but Section 21 enables landlords who are uncaring to evict people in only 2 weeks. That is not enough time to reorganise your life. We heard from Hamish how Section 21 is contributing to the homelessness crisis in this country. We have more than 83,000 people living in temporary accommodation in England alone, and often they are stuck there in cramped and inappropriate conditions for the long term. Conference, let's not compound the deep-rooted problems in the housing sector. Our party believes in equal opportunities and fundamental human rights. It is a fundamental right to be able to have a roof over your head. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Louisa. Conference, we're now going to move to the vote. If you wish to vote, you have to be seated, and anyone that is sat above the barrier up there, if I could ask you to move down if you'd like your vote to be counted. So, Conference, please show your pass to say how you wish to vote. Can I see those that wish to accept the motion? Thank you. And those against? Conference, I think that was definitely carried. Yeah. Can I thank my aides, Jenny Lang and Sally Burnell in the hall. I'll now hand over to Baroness Ducey, who's chairing the next item.
Please, could those people leaving the hall do so as quickly as possible? Conference, we now move to F38, Building Railways Fit for the 21st Century. Conference Committee has agreed to take some drafting amendments to the motion, and these are set out on page 5 of Conference Daily. There's one amendment to the motion, which is also printed on page 5 of Conference Daily. Now, can I just say we've had a huge number of cards, so I really would urge speakers to keep to time so that I can call as many speakers as possible. Can Gareth Epps please stand by? And I now call Baroness Jenny Randerson to move the motion. Jenny is our transport spokesperson in the House of Lords.
Conference, firstly, I want to thank all those who contributed to this paper. We, as Liberal Democrats, need a policy that introduces a new railway age. Our paper sets out how to tackle current problems with franchising, and it provides an alternative to Labour's easy soundbite of nationalisation. That isn't just eye-wateringly expensive, but nationalisation will solve nothing, and it will lead to years of disruption and insecurity for those who work in the industry. And anyway, more than half of the railway is nationalised already. That's what Network Rail is. In contrast, we argue that rather than having more direct government interference. We need a lot less. After all, DFT, Department for Transport, has hardly distinguished itself as an effective government department during the disruption in recent years. Now, first, the good news. We have one of the safest rail networks in the world. But other aspects of our railways present serious problems. However, lack of popularity isn't one of them. Since 1995, when the franchise system was first introduced, the number of passenger journeys has doubled. But despite that popularity, we have big problems. Fares are expensive and far too complicated. Infrastructure's outdated. Many lines suffer from poor punctuality and far too many cancellations. Services, and particularly commuter services and cross-country services, are often overcrowded. Services and facilities for people with disabilities are well below acceptable 21st century standards. Many long-distance trains have too little luggage space, and when things go wrong, it's far too difficult to get compensation. So that's what's wrong. How do we, as Liberal Democrats, plan to put it right? With a massive, revolutionary investment in our railways to renew them. We will borrow to invest. We will enlist local authorities to invest alongside government. We will encourage housing development to cluster around new rail stations. We'll turn stations into hubs, proper integrated interchanges between different modes of transport, cycling, car parking, and buses. We will abandon Chris Grayling's ridiculous flirtation with hybrid diesel and electric trains. They are heavy, expensive, and prone to mechanical failure. Instead, there must be a major and ambitious programme of electrification. Now, that'll take time to deliver, and in the meantime, we're open to other new technologies, such as hydrogen. We will create new commuter railways. 55% of journeys on the railways are commuter journeys, yet outside London and the southeast, there is relatively few commuting routes. We need to open new commuter lines and reopen old ones to create a modern commuter network throughout the country. Get people out of their cars. We will continue to support major infrastructure projects that will transform Britain. HS2 and HS3, Crossrail, Transport for the North, and the Midlands Engine. But they must be more transparent and financially accountable. We will remove government micromanagement by creating a railway agency, bringing together all the main organisations involved to take both day-to-day decisions and the long-term strategic ones. But we would continue to maintain a separate independent rail safety board because of the importance of independence. We'll reform the outdated and complex fares structure. You shouldn't have to be a timetable expert to get a good deal. We'll make it easier to get compensation. We have smart ticketing, we can have smart compensation now. We will reform ownership. The existing franchise model is broken. So we'll broaden out the running of the franchises to include transport authorities, local government, worker cooperatives and mutuals. With passenger and worker representatives on the board, will increase democratic accountability. And we will encourage freight. Every freight train reduces the amount of CO2 by 76% compared with road haulage. We will green our transport system, Conference, and above all, we will put passengers first at the heart of the system and ensure those who have disabilities get as good a service as the rest of us. Conference, we are happy to accept the drafting amendments, but I would urge you not to accept Amendment 1. The first part of that is already specifically in the paper. but the specific reference to LNER is problematic. This is a line that has failed several times, and that it is a complex line, a complex franchise. You would not start a new system of ownership with a complex problem that has failed several times. You want the complex lines to be run as trouble-free as possible. We would rather possibly that LNER stays as it is, run at arm's length from DFT for the foreseeable future. And why specifically LNER? I'd like to put in Great Western, please, as my candidate for the new system of ownership. Now, fellow Liberal Democrats, our vision for the railways is ambitious. It's green, it's democratic, and it's passenger-centred. I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you, Jenny. Can Alistair Calder McGregor please stand by? And I now call Gareth Epps to move Amendment 1.
Thank you, Dee. I stand to move what I think is a modest proposal and just try and clear up what appears to be some misunderstandings or mischaracterizations. For most of the last 15 or so years, I've worked alongside Network Rail and other rail industry partners. So I don't want to go into some of the detail of the people I've been working with. But I do just want to make a couple of wider points about this motion. I submitted a wide amendment. A number of the drafting amendments were part of it. But there are a number of areas of this motion which appear to me to be quite factually inaccurate. And I'm quite concerned about a motion and a paper that bases its proposals on those sort of inaccuracies. First, the lines about nationalisation in lines 10 and 14. Without going into that whole particular debate, which isn't our main focus here, it simply isn't true to say that most of the network is nationalised. But it's as if the movers awoke from some sort of dystopian vision where Jeremy Corbyn was actually in Downing Street before writing the motion. The leasing companies for rolling stock, one of the biggest flaws of the privatisation of the 1990s, private. Train operating companies, with the exception of LNER, private. The maintenance companies that keep the railways up and running for Network Rail, all private. I do agree about the disaster of DFT micromanagement, however. Even worse is the section on electrification. Now, we all know that time after time on the Great Western Line and elsewhere, on the Didcot to Oxford section that I use every day, we've seen projects overrun, blow their budgets, and then de-scoped or even abandoned. And that's partly because there's a huge shortage of the engineers and designers who are needed to design those projects and make them happen. So instead of addressing the causes of these failures to make our railways better, Jenny's, in her paper, wants more of them. Now, to turn to the amendment, why should we move towards employee ownership? Purpose over profit. Let's face it, the franchise model puts profit over everything else, causing the problems we've seen on Southern, East Coast, Great Western, yes, and elsewhere. But all of those other franchises are owned by private companies. And if employees came to them, having agreed that they wanted to go for this model, then the companies would profit, and it would be seen as a way for them to profit and get out of failing franchises where they've overbid. Employees gain from owning their companies through hugely increased engagement. The morale of rail staff has never really recovered from the disaster of privatisation in the 90s. You only have to look at the disaster of the New Caledonian sleeper service, and you see that the dedicated staff on that service would have never allowed that situation to happen. There's no better example of an implicit sense of ownership already existing than that felt by courier rail staff. Imagine how much better that would be if it were harnessed. So I urge you to support what I think is a modest proposal that might make this franchise system less bad. But frankly, Conference, I think this motion is really quite severely flawed. Please demand better. Please consider voting against this or even referring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Could Robert Pitt please stand by? And I now call Alistair Calder McGregor to speak against Amendment 1.
Thank you, Chair. Gareth, we had a brief discussion on this last night, and you are well aware of my problems with this. I find it very peculiar that you are suggesting that we move to the system of mutuals by immediately taking LNER into the mutual sector when, and not allowing any consideration of alternative models for LNER at all, when the problem with LNER to date has been inadequate consideration of alternative proposals all the way through. Like, LNER has basically been suffering from having people say, well, we're definitely going to do this, just massage the numbers and make it work. And I don't think that taking another option of, well, we're definitely going to do this, we'll just massage the numbers and make it work, really works for that franchise. I also found it interesting that you referenced Southern as a franchise. Again, I know for a fact that you're aware that Southern is entirely a management contract and not a franchise per se. And all of the problems that actually came about with Southern in recent years have been because DFT made operational decisions and just told Govia that was running Southern to carry them out, regardless of what was going to happen. There was no operational flexibility for the runners of Southern there to actually make decisions. It was all decided in Whitehall, which is why all the people that were saying, well, we should just nationalise this, completely had it wrong, because it was already the nationalised, it was DFT, so the nationalisation would have had exactly the same people making exactly the same decisions. This makes no sense. Now, the motion as a whole is excellent, and I fully commend it to conference. We do need to go further on moving some of the things that have been privatised, and I want to bring up one thing that Gareth mentioned, which is the rolling stock. And it's true that the rolling stock is privatised into the leasing companies. But there's no point nationalising the existing rolling stock. We can bring rolling stock into public ownership on a rolling basis by simply having the government purchase the new stock. And as the old life-expired stock goes out of service, ultimately the rolling stock operating companies will wither on the vine. We don't need to go for an expensive programme of buying these companies out. We can just let them die off. So overall, I ask you, Conference, to reject Amendment 1 and support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Thank you. Can Becky Selleck please stand by? And I now call Robert Pitt.
Hello, Conference. This is my fifth conference, my first speech from here. Ultimately, there are some good proposals in this motion, but there are too many flaws. From the very start, the subheading of the paper precludes nationalisation as an option. I'm not a massive fan of nationalisation myself, but I think it needs to be considered. There are positives and negatives, as you've seen with LNER, as opposed to the franchises that have failed. I also think that ruling out nationalisation, when you then look at 93 to 98 in the motion, which call for local authorities and public sector companies to take over some of the franchises, it seems to be working against itself. On the one hand, you're calling it against nationalisation, and on the other, you're asking for more and more micromanagement from local authorities. You've also got, in the funding section, the fact that it asks for local authorities and combined authorities to have more control over what services are running. But again, when you're talking about micromanaging in the nationalised aspect, if there is over-nationalisation and over-micromanaging, this increases the situation of micromanaging. And it also brings the question of how do you deal with long distance and indeed many commuter services which run across multiple local authorities. You only have to look at London, for example. You've got services coming in from Woking, you've got services coming from Guildford, you've got services coming in from across Kent, you've got services coming in from Norwich, and indeed the line from Norwich into London is a significant issue when you talk about capacity, and that has not been addressed at all. But all of those are commuter services which the motion talks about a lot, but are affected by multiple local authorities, and it fails to give an idea of how you deal with that situation. You've also got freight and long-distance services, which will go, again, across multiple authorities, and who takes account of how those fit in? You can have local authorities making decisions about their local services, but then forgetting to factor in the fact that these long-distance services have also got to come through their area at certain times. I look forward to the reference back, because I think there are some really good points. I think the support for HS3 is a really good one. I think the move towards hydrogen-powered and electric powers is a good one. And I think there is a place for greater say by local authorities, but I think the sense it gives in here and in the motion in the paper is not quite it. So I hope that conference supports Amendment 1, which talks about mutuals, because you look at Chiltern Railways, they started off as an employee-owned company. They are now owned by Arriva, but they started off as an employee-owned. And I hope the conference refers it back.
Thank you. Can Farshid Sadr Hashimi please stand by? And I now call Becky Selleck to speak against the motion as a whole.
I'm PPC for Peterborough and 33 years as a professional railway engineer. So, conference, come on a journey with me and let me ask you three things. Where do we want to go? Zero carbon by 2045, we said yesterday. Second, will this motion get us there? Not really. Lots of good stuff in places, but flawed in others, as is in Amendment 1, over-prescribing specific solutions. Yes, privatisation has been made to work. Rail passenger use has doubled, as Jenny said. But 10 times as many car miles are driven. And even if or when all cars are electric, they're an underused waste of embedded carbon. They're still parked 96% of the time. They still pollute with rubber tyres and brake disc particulates, to say nothing of the spent battery legacy they'll create. We need to bring UK rail and other infrastructure investment up to international levels. We need to enable rail freight's tiny market share to grow, pull heavy lorries off our road, yes. We need passenger capacity to at least double again in the next decade and on to 2045. We need to create the capacity to restore the reliability that's plateaued and eroding now the railway's full, so that we can attract goods out of lorries and people out of cars and reach our zero carbon vision. Third then, what policy do we need instead of this motion? We need Lib Dem policy that enables government at all levels to fix the bits of our railway that are broken and that others can't or won't. We need infrastructure investments, that's the most broken bit. We need investment in three things. We need public sector investment in strategic electrification. We need commitment by the government to its own long-term plans. We need EU engagement from within, of course, to benefit from cost-effective standardisation and innovation. Secondly, we need to enable private sector investment alongside and within the strong and stable government strategy. We need to include long franchises. Chiltern was just mentioned. The reason it was so successful is it was a 25-year franchise, the longest. And it delivered a huge step change in capacity with community engagement and great satisfaction. Third, we need a positive innovations culture and an industry cross-modal investment culture, with railways doing what they do best within a sustainable transport system. So, conference, I implore you to mind the gap between the zero carbon country we seek and what this motion will do. Much of it's on the right track, rightly rejecting renationalisation for the sake of it, and there are many admirable facilities like cycling connectivity, better accessibility, but this motion will not take us all the way. Vote it down and let's build instead clear policy for radical and realistic investment that will get us to zero carbon on time.
Thank you. Can Andrew Haldane please stand by? And I now call Farshid Sadr Hashimi, and I do hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Good
morning, Chair, Conference. I have recently joined Liberals, and this is my first conference, and this is my first speech. Thank you. The reason I say that is that I'm not sure whether what I want to say should be done here at this conference, but I'm hoping that by putting it out there, it will be out there and will be discussed, and maybe momentum will be built behind it. I'm not speaking against the policy. However, I feel that we're missing an elephant in the room. Everything we're addressing in this policy is commendable. But the biggest problem is that the cost of train travel is far too high. When we're trying to, thank you. As our policy needs to achieve net zero greenhouse emission by 2045, train traveling should be a major plank of this initiative. We should be moving people out of cars into trains. And this is not happening. Now, when we have an investment project, that usually benefits future generations. When you have subsidy, that usually benefits the current generation. And we must really balance the two when we want to spend our budgets. And this is something that needs to be considered. As the Baroness mentioned, 55% of all train travel is commuting. The cost of taking trains has gone up by 46% since 2009, and wages have gone up by only 23%. A Guardian article, which I can, anybody's interested, I can forward them to you, said that monthly rail passes can cost up to 14% of an average British wage, and have just increased by more than the cost of inflation. I also did a sanity check where I live, and I think that people who are on minimum wage and are most probably on zero-hour contracts, they may be paying as much as 19 to 20% of their wage for just commuting to work. And this is unacceptable. So I would like to suggest something, and I'm not sure whether this is, again, the appropriate place, Chair, but I would like to suggest that people who are on a maximum tax bracket of 20%, so not the 40%, those on 40% can afford it, and it's a smaller percentage of the total income. But those who are on 20%, so they are working and they're paying tax, but their maximum rate of tax is 20%, they should get tax back on their season tickets. And that's subsidy for current rather than investment for the future. We should be helping those who work and who pay tax, and some relief for this is a necessary expenditure. Also, I like to say that we need to win the next general election, and we will.
Can you draw your remarks to a close now,
Thank
please?
you. Slogans would be very helpful. Liberals, reduce your cost of travel by 20% will give us plenty of words. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can Hannah Kitching please stand by? And I now call Andrew Haldane.
Thank you. Conference, I'm here to speak to the section on the reforming of the franchising process. I'm also speaking broadly in favour of the motion. I think it's a good piece of work. The fact that there are things that could still be done are things that we can build on in the future. And in referring to an aspect of reforming the franchise, I am making a proposition that I think is consistent with the motion and consistent with the paper. One of the earliest forms of corruption or of stealth tax, whatever you like to call it, in the Tudor times was the sale of monopolies. When you're scared to tax people, you sell a right to a monopoly to somebody and you get your tax from them, and they then rip off the customers to get their money back and more. The franchising process, okay, when it goes wrong, you hand it back. But for many people, it has been a cash cow. It has been a cash cow also for actually arm's length nationalised railway companies from other countries. That's a scandal to have them taking our money. So I believe that what we should try to do as we reform the franchise process, open it up to mutuals, which is great. Mutuals would be the one I would like to see as preferred bidders in most instances, or many instances. But wherever possible, we should be looking for opportunities to have real competition. We have a lot of routes still in this country where what was once an alternative route in the days of multiple ownership, multiple companies before nationalisation, that many of those duplicated routes survived internationalisation and still exist. One example is Manchester to London. We have two routes, one via Crewe and another via Stoke-on-Trent. Those routes are in the same franchise. Why not in different franchises? To add insult to injury, it is proposed that HS2 would come under that same franchise. So our very good Manchester-London services would be run down to try and push people into the premium-priced HS2 service. Conference, wherever we should have options to open up a duplicate route, let's do so, and let's use the franchise process to stimulate that and not to shut it down. I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can Tom Chapman please stand by? And I now call Hannah Kitching.
Thank you, Conference. Penistone in South Yorkshire is in something of a transport black hole. We have one train per hour on the Penistone line from Huddersfield to Sheffield via Barnsley, which takes 45 minutes to reach Sheffield. I can drive there faster. These trains are 40 years old, unreliable, under capacity, and made of old bus parts. Nearby Stocksbridge is even more poorly served. No passenger trains at all, even though a goods line to the steelworks remains. That line is a remnant of the old Woodhead line, close to passengers in 1970, which ran faster, more frequent trains from Manchester through the Woodhead Tunnel via Penistone into Sheffield. Showpiece projects like HS2 and Crossrail might dominate the national debate, but the reality for most passengers are short distance commutes from their homes into the main urban centres. For too many in the north, this means these cramped, old, unreliable trains, and for some, no rail or light rail option at all. Contrast this with the trains arriving every 5 to 10 minutes at London commute-about towns. Decades of underinvestment in these northern commuter lines is leading to wasted economic potential and talent simply by hindering people's ability to get to work. We need that rail infrastructure to attract economic investment and, of course, to drive modal shift and reduce our over-reliance on cars. South Yorkshire is falling even further behind thanks to squabbling and infighting between our Labour leaders and their part-time mayor. He has squandered the opportunity to make a difference to our rail infrastructure by failing to get his Labour colleagues to agree a devolution deal. How can it be that Labour council leaders, MPs and a mayor can't even agree to take money off the Tories? Residents want faster, more frequent trains from Penistone into Sheffield and Barnsley. Residents want an extension of the passenger train or supertram to Stocksbridge and North Sheffield. Labour have done nothing to make this happen, refusing to take responsibility because they don't care about economic growth or prosperity. Barnsley Labour are more interested in building a new road on our park than improving our rail services, in a mirror of Corbyn's 1970s solution to a 2020s problem. As Liberal Democrats, we must demand better. And on that, I urge you to support this unamended motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was Hannah's first time speech at a party conference. So can I ask, please, Judith Rogerson to stand by, and then the speaker after Judith will be Greg Judge. And can I now call Tom Chapman?
Good morning, Conference. And let me first start by saying thank you. This is my first Liberal Democrat conference, but not my first political conference And quite frankly, the reception, completely different. So thank you so much for such a warm welcome. I'm here to talk against this motion, quite simply, for one word: radical. This isn't radical enough. This motion does not go far enough. Read the motion. How many times does the word north appear? For people like me living in the northeast, we have to rely on shoddy commuter trains, light rail that is some of the oldest in the country, expensive fares, late-running trains, and for what? So services in the southeast, in the London commuter belt, can get better and better every time. We must do more for the north. Conference, I am in favour of large-scale infrastructure. I think we need HS2, that's simple. We need more, we need HS3, but we need to commit to the full Northern Powerhouse Rail. We must remember, when looking at Northern Rail infrastructure, there's more to the north than just the M62 corridor. We need infrastructure investment. We need electrification from Sheffield to York. We need electrification from Derby to Sheffield to Leicester. We need more for our Midlands, for our north, because right now we are being let down. There is so much more we as Liberal Democrats, as radical centrists, can do for our transport, for our people. So I urge you, take the opportunity. Let's do something great. Let's not make a railway fit for the 21st century, but a railway fit for the future. Don't vote for this motion. Give us the opportunity to come up with something truly, truly radical. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. Can Greg Judge stand by? And I now call Judith Rogerson.
A couple of months ago, I was at an event for students who were interested in a career in the law. And they were asking me questions about my day job, and someone said, "What's the hardest part of your job?" And when I said, "Just getting there," they all laughed, but I wasn't joking. I live on the Harrogate line, which runs between York and Leeds, and frankly, it's just not fit for the 21st century. The trains are overcrowded and they're unreliable. There are too many stories about people not being able to get on the train in the morning, or even worse, not being able to get off in the evening because they're so packed in and they miss their stop. And this isn't just an inconvenience that happens now and again. It's a daily stress for us that is impacting on our professional and our personal lives. I can't bring myself to count the number of hours that I spend each month waiting for delayed and cancelled trains, or stuck at stations where I've missed my connection. Before Boris Johnson's reshuffle, the current MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough was the minister responsible for rail. So we'd hoped that someone with some local knowledge about the problem would have brought about big changes, but it hasn't happened. Just last week, a report by Transport for the North said that reliability now is worse than it was last year. And despite repeated promises that they'd be phased out, we're still waiting to see the back of the terrible Pacer trains in North Yorkshire. So whatever the Department of Transport is doing, it's not working. We need to radically reform the way we run our railways. People in the north, you've already heard, justifiably feel like we've been left behind and neglected. It takes me usually longer to get the 30-odd miles to Sheffield or to Manchester than it does to get to London. It's just not good enough. If franchises like Northern Rail aren't working, then they need to be held to account. And that's why I'd support this motion, which asks for more involvement from local people and local groups, because frankly, at the moment, we feel helpless in being able to solve this problem. Now in Harrogate, like in many other places, we have a problem with traffic congestion. So over the last few months, there's been a consultation about how to improve this situation. The public overwhelmingly rejected the option of a relief road. What everyone clearly wanted was a greener, more sustainable option. An important part of that is a reliable, affordable rail network. So conference, I'm urging you to back this motion, because if we do have that affordable, reliable rail network, then I'm sure that people will start to leave their cars behind at home, and that will benefit all of us in the long-term future.
Thank you. Can Jenny Marr please stand by? And I now call Greg Judge.
I've read this motion, and it looks like it's all change for most commuters. But unfortunately, when it comes to real progress for disabled commuters, it's been delayed yet again. Like Baroness Randerson said in moving the motion, there is an intention which is good when it comes to creating better accessibility for disabled people. But frankly, I think the ambition doesn't go far enough. Take myself, for example. I commute 4 hours a day to a job in a health charity in London, and I have to book assistance at least 24 hours before I travel to ensure that somebody is there to organise the ramps and put them into place every morning. But it doesn't always work. You get there and sometimes the booking hasn't gone through correctly, and even when you get on the train, just to make sure things run in a seemingly smooth way, you have to have all the numbers in your phone. You have to be the one ringing ahead to ensure people know to expect you. And I'm sure you've seen just recently, in the past few weeks, on the BBC News, there was a video of a Paralympian who was stuck on a train when she arrived at her home station and almost brought to tears through the frustration. And that's because whether you are commuting daily or you are an intermittent traveller, you don't always know what to expect. And I've had it myself where, you arrive ready to go to work, everyone gets off the train, as you would, and sometimes even the train manager just walks off. And you're there just trying to listen for the beeping of the buggy, not knowing whether they're coming or not. And it's just, frankly, it isn't good enough. There was a report just a few months ago by the Department of Transport which showed that 2/3 of disabled passengers still face issues when using the trains. So things are improving slowly in some areas. Some franchises are better than others. But broadly speaking, it's still not working. We need a railway that is ambitious for the 21st century and isn't just a sticking plaster solution. Because if Brexit has shown anything, is that sticking plasters don't work anymore. I expect to see in the summation at least some real commitment to exploring what would work well for disabled people in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's got to be referred back. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can Prue Bray please stand back? And stand by, and I now call Jenny Marr.
Conference, what I'm about to say may be one of the least surprising things to ever escape my lips. I'm a Liberal Democrat and I love trains. I'm also the PPC for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk. It's my home and it's the home of the Waverley Line, which opened in 1849, closed in 1969 and reopened to such delight in 2015. Now, since its reopening, the SNP have claimed it as their own. So I'm going to take this opportunity to remind everyone here and them that it was because of the Scottish Liberal Democrats in government that it was delivered. But I do hope we will get a commitment from them soon to extend the Borders Rail sooner rather than later. It's been such a success. It's the largest new domestic railway to be built in the UK for 100 years. And I think we all want to see more of that kind of investment across the country. Over 1 million trips were made in its first year alone, which is a fantastic endorsement of the line and the public support for rail over road. And in so many ways, it's a brilliant problem to have. It's just been too popular, but that brings its challenges as well. Earlier this year, 2 people fainted between Edinburgh and Tweedbank because of the overcrowding. Fears for passenger safety is a headline that none of us want to read. but we read them, and we read them for months. Now, let me take you a little bit further down the line. Apologies for all the terrible puns in what I have to say. To the difference this policy will make when we deliver it in government. Because when I was listening to Tim Fallon's speech during the Fairer Share debate, the importance of this motion hit me like the proverbial. Because there are places across the country where young people are denied opportunities because the infrastructure is so poor. There are places in my constituency where they can't get back to their village after about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so they just don't go and experience things. People with disabilities who can't access stations, never mind get on a train. So fundamentally, I think this is about equality of opportunity in all its manifestations and about connecting people to society. So let's be ambitious. Upgrade and build stations accessible to all, look at using green energy, source the food on board responsibly, but let's look to our neighbours and learn from them too. In Switzerland, I discovered there are family carriages with play areas and slides for the little ones. And frankly, I think a train with a slide sounds like exactly the sort of heady heights we should be trying to reach for. So, conference, please don't disregard the good in this work. This motion is not the disappointment of a rail replacement bus service, so please support it.
Thank you. Can Gareth Epps please stand by to summate Amendment 1? And I now call Prue Bray. I beg your pardon, Prue.
Hello, conference. I live in a place called Winnersh in Berkshire, which is halfway between Reading and Wokingham. I'm a councillor for that ward. I've been a councillor 19 years, and as of May, all 3 councillors in the ward are Lib Dems, which is absolutely terrific. We have a slightly unusual situation in that we have 2 railway stations in our ward. They're on the same line. And in fact, it's 2 lines. One of the lines goes from Reading to Gatwick, which is an extremely useful thing to have, except that a few years ago, the trains no longer stop at either of our stations. The main line, it goes from Reading to Waterloo. And when I moved to Winnersh, we had 3 trains an hour to Waterloo, and it took just under an hour to get there. And now, after 30 years of progress, we have 2 trains an hour, and it takes an hour and 10 minutes. They have tried to increase capacity recently by lengthening the trains. So we went from 8 carriages to 10 carriages. Unfortunately, our platforms are only 8 carriages long. We have these 2 stations. They're quite nice stations. We have shelters on the stations made of perspex with benches in them, except most of the perspex is missing, and on one side most of the bench is missing as well. We have real-time passenger information, which is quite handy because the station isn't manned most of the time. But unfortunately, on one side, the real-time passenger information hasn't been working for almost 2 years because they can't get the parts. Sometimes it doesn't matter that the real-time passenger information isn't running because the trains aren't running either, because we've had a series of strikes due to the role of guards. So for the last 2 occasions that I've had to go to London on a Saturday to chair a meeting, I've had to drive to Twyford to catch a train. Some people always have to drive to Twyford to catch a train because we have no disabled access at our stations. One of them is up on the top of an embankment, and the platforms are up a flight of stairs. It's next to a business park, but people can't get to work if they've got any sort of mobility problems. The other station used to work quite well. It's in a cutting, and there's a slope down to the platforms, and the trains used to have a ramp on them, as Greg described. It's held by the guards van, and people could get on and off the train and up the slope. Except when the new franchisee took over, they decided the slope was too steep. So they have removed the ramps, and you can no longer get on and off the train at our station. That is absolutely bloody shocking in this day and age. There is no reason for that whatsoever. It works perfectly well, and they've removed what access we had. I'm just absolutely in despair at the state of our infrastructure. And what do you suppose the consequence of all that is? The biggest element of our postbag as councillors is complaints about traffic congestion. I don't care that this motion is not perfect, to be honest. I think we often, as Liberal Democrats, let the best be the enemy of the good. We need to make progress now. We can always make more progress later. I did have a joke about John Redwood, who wanted rubber wheels on trains as a way to improve the rail service. I'll leave that because the orange light's on. But please vote for this motion. Don't vote for Amendment 1. It doesn't bloody matter who runs the railways, who's in charge of them. All we want is sensible, long-term, strategic planning that works.
Can Caroline Pigeon stand by to summate for the main motion? And I now call Gareth Epps to summate Amendment 1.
Thank you, Dee. Conference, we've heard one or two speeches and comments against Amendment 1. However, none of them are a speech against the text of the amendment as you'll see it and be voting on it in a minute. Alistair, the amendment doesn't delete any of the proposals to open up the bidding process as set out in the paper and the motion. It doesn't say delete the lines up to 98. It says insert to add another option. Neither does the amendment do what Jenny said it would do, and there's a good reason for this. It doesn't open up every franchise to immediate transitions, because I don't want Richard Branson, First Group on the Great Western, Stagecoach or the rest, to use this as some sort of desire to profiteer and cop out of their franchise commitments. The amendment doesn't exclude further employee transitions in the future, but it does start with the one franchise that we have that has been problematic and that might, should the staff, and this is crucial, should the staff think there is a case for them running it better than anyone else, be able to take that franchise on. Prue, it does actually matter who owns the railways, as we've seen with multiple failures. There's an emerging body of evidence in the UK in many businesses now working in unusual sectors. Social care, as Norman Lamb has rightly championed. Children's nursery companies and other areas where the private sector often fails and the public sector faces challenges. It is an option, and it is an option which may be able to run things better. As Liberal Democrats, we demand better, so that we should believe that we can expand the way we run our services to facilitate that. Now, very, very quickly, Jenny, I have been on a rail replacement bus on the Borders Railway, but thankfully there was a beer festival at the end, so I didn't mind too much. Becky Selleck, I thought, made an absolutely excellent speech. Now, she's a railway professional as well as a great campaigner. I think the movers would have done well to talk to her. Tom Chapman, yes, absolutely, and what a fantastic speech. We must demand better for rail in the north, but to do that, we need to do something this motion doesn't do, and we need to create a new generation of designers, engineers, and professionals who can deliver a new age of rail in the UK. And Greg, I thought, made an absolutely fantastic speech. The real scandal of the Hitachi bimode trains on the Great Western, soon to be on LNER, is not so much the hybrid mechanism, which is just a result of the cock-ups that we've had with electrification. It's that Grayling removed the wheelchair spaces from standard class, so that if you need a wheelchair or a buggy, there is one space in a first-class carriage. Now, on the Cotswold line where I live, and many other lines on the Great Western Network, the first-class carriages don't even end up on the platform. So how on earth can you use that? How on earth is that a modern, accessible railway for the 21st century? It's an absolute scandal, and those trains are going to have to be refitted to accommodate that and make an accessible railway. It's very disappointing that that point, and as well as many others, wasn't taken in the motion. I had thought we might have a reference back, but conference, I think on the balance of what we've heard, I would urge you to vote against this motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Caroline Pigeon, who's a London Assembly member and Deputy Chair of the London Assembly Transport Committee.
Thank you very much. This has been a great debate, and thank you to Baroness Jenny Randerson for bringing this important paper before us today. And I think the range of issues raised and the passion of speeches shows that Liberal Democrats understand the importance of railways, not just as a mode of transport, but also because of their wider importance for communities, for economic development, and of course for the environment. I need to respond, obviously, to some of the points that have been raised. And Gareth, your Amendment 1, I don't think it's needed, as others have said. We cover in detail in the paper worker co-ops and mutuals. And if I'm honest, listening to your speech, I can't follow thoroughly your thoughts on this paper. And I think Alistair responded quite rightly to this, saying that actually LNER needs a fundamental review rather than just this immediate change that you propose adding in. Robert talked about nationalisation, and we did consider that fully as one of the options as we developed this paper, but we felt it was wrong. And this isn't about micromanagement, it's about democratic accountability and increasing accountability, and that's why members from the Local Government Association, our councillors and colleagues have supported what we've put forward today. Becky, absolutely great to hear from you, someone working as an engineer in the railway. Seemed to agree actually with all the issues in our paper. You just wanted perhaps something more, something bigger. You know, there are no solutions that I heard in what you put forward, but let's look at how we build on this paper in the future going forward so we can get more freight onto the rail, that we can increase capacity for passengers. Farshid from Kingston, wonderful to have a London member speaking this debate. And I absolutely agree. We agree the cost of travel is too high. And that's why we have a very detailed section in the full paper. And I really would urge people to read the full paper because the motion is just a summary of some of the key points in it. We absolutely need a modern ticketing system. We need fares that are affordable to reflect the fact that people work part-time, that people go in early in the morning and need early bird fares. Andrew, you raised concerns about the franchise system, and absolutely that's at the heart of this. And we do need real competition, and we need to look at things like the concession model, which does work so well on metro lines in London. Hannah described to us the 1 train an hour in Penistone. I have to say, I felt for her in that appalling description. We absolutely need to be investing in northern commuter lines, and Labour poor record on this was something we all heard clearly there. But Tom talked about this not being radical enough. Well, Tom, welcome to the party. Welcome to a party where we can have debate and discussion. But I don't agree with you. You were talking about pitching one bit of our country against the other. I want to unite our country, and that's what this paper is about, uniting our country, investing in our infrastructure, whether you live in the north of England, whether you live in London, the south east, whether you're in Scotland, and so on. So we really do need to have a comprehensive strategy. Other people have raised things. Greg, your accessibility point, there's a lot of detail in this paper on that. The 24-hour notice for assistance is not good enough, and we agree with you on that. We talk about fully staffed stations from first to last train. We talk about the design of trains and so on, but we would welcome a discussion with you afterwards on this. And Jenny, we are all train spotters at heart, and I think that's very true, the point you raise, and the description from you on the Waverley line. But Prue is right, our paper may not be perfect, it may not have everything in it, but it's absolutely the right place to start. It's about investing in our railways going forward. You know, it shows how our railways can be greener, long-term rail investment, access for all, and devolving the awarding of railway franchises. You know, a policy that we see work elsewhere in the country. This is a comprehensive set of policies that will deliver change and improvement. Conference, please support our motion, unamended.
Thank you, Caroline. Conference, before we move to the vote, I just want to clarify. A number of speakers mentioned the word reference back. We did receive a request for a reference back, but it was out of order under the standing orders because it was only received after I had asked the first speaker in reply to stand by. So there won't be a reference back, and we therefore move to the votes. The first vote is on Amendment 1. Please may I see those in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you. And those against? That is clearly lost. We now move to the main motion. May I see those in favour of the main motion, please? Thank you. And those against? That is very clearly carried. Thank you very much. Can I thank my aides, John Ball and Jenny Rigg, and we now break for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Please join me in welcoming the President of the Liberal Democrats, Baroness Sal Brinton.
Thank you, Conference. I love the next item on the agenda, when we mark the extra special contribution of some of our wonderful members. And just to say that this year, the Dadabai Noroji and the Penhaligon Awards are not being awarded, so watch out for next year. But to this afternoon's special awards. The first of this year's awards is the Liberal Democrat Women Award in memory of Patsy Colton, who was an outstanding Lib Dem MP for Cheadle and a role model for so many of us women in the party. Now, this year's winner has been a party activist, a parliamentary candidate, and a member of a number of party bodies, including Lib Dem women. She has achieved what few individuals can. She challenged UK government policy in relation to tax through her speeches and work in the Liberal Democrats. At one conference, she spoke about the potential to lift ordinary men and women out of poverty by changing the income tax threshold, persuading Conference to make it party policy, and it was also in our 2010 manifesto. Now, those of you with long memories will remember that David Cameron famously mocked the policy until, in coalition, the idea was taken up through meetings with Conservative ministers who eventually agreed to make the change. Now, this policy change for ordinary people, particularly low-paid women, has been an amazing and effective way to help families and part-time workers and low-paid workers. So, for her outstanding contribution, this year's winner of the Patsy Colton Award is made to the amazing Lizzie Jukes. Now we turn to the President's Award. And this award is to recognise members who've been elected to some public office and have demonstrated excellent service to the party, well above and beyond the call of duty. Now, the winner of this year's President's Award spearheaded the fight for equality for over 50 years and was one of the first people to publicly advocate for legalising same-sex marriage, and in 1979 led the commitment for the Liberal Manifesto for Gay Rights. He set up, you're working out who it is, he set up and ran one of the first helplines to support gay men, which now runs as an LGBT support centre in Leicester today, and he has been involved for most of the remaining decades of work with that. But more than that, he was the first openly gay man to hold national office in a UK political party. He was a political advisor to Robert McClelland MP and vice chairman of the Young Liberals League, and his influence and example were the most important reasons why the Young Liberals and the Liberal Party accepted the reality of openly gay lifestyles in normal social and political settings, which, by the way, probably included the first men dancing with men at discos in the 70s. This was truly groundbreaking. Many, many liberals look to this year's winner as a fount of knowledge in the fight for LGBT rights, and he serves as honorary patron of LGBTQ+. The party is immensely grateful for the important work that this special man has done over the last half a century in fighting for LGBTI rights and helping others to do the same. So here, To receive his award, please welcome to the stage the very special and wonderful Bernard Greaves. Oh, I always find this terribly emotional. Next, we have the Harriet Smith Award. Now, this award was created in remembrance of an outstanding member of the party who had never been elected to public office. And this year, the winner of the Harriet Smith Award is a nationally recognised businessman and entrepreneur, and I have to say was nominated by many, many people for his tireless work against fighting racism. He reaches out to diverse communities that are underrepresented and has successfully launched a Black History Month campaign that went viral in the party, passed diversity conference motions, and transformed our party's approach to race equality. Now, described by those who nominated him as a man of integrity and candour who works very hard. I'm terribly sorry, I think that's an understatement. I just don't know when he stops. He is a man with infectious passion, a role model for members of colour and particularly for future MPs. One person described how he is helping others flourish and find their path in the party as a Black, Asian and minority ethnic person. Our winner is the chair of Lib Dem Campaign for Race Equality. Please welcome to the stage, Roderick Lynch. Now for the Belinda Airbrook Award, which is awarded to recognise the efforts of our staff working for our elected representatives in their local areas. Now, this award winner joined the party in 2012 as an intern, was promoted to organiser in North Devon and then North London, and then became the campaign manager for Twickenham, Richmond Park and North Kingston. During this time, our winner has achieved incredible results in the 2018 local election victory that saw Richmond Borough go from 14 to 39 councillors, and she was agent to all Lib Dem candidates in that election. And just in case you thought that wasn't enough, in the elections a year ago, our winner was at the same time elected into the seat that was known as the safest Tory seat in the borough. Not resting on their laurels after 2018, this year she returned to North Devon to help former colleagues with their campaign, which resulted in more Lib Dems on North Devon Council and taking the council to no overall control, as well as to increasing the Lib Dem vote percentage in a by-election in East Sheen in Richmond in London, helping deliver one of the highest Lib Dem votes across the country, which helped us secure 3 outstanding members of the European Parliament in the London region. Now, as a councillor, she has been instrumental in the year that she's been a councillor in getting the council to adopt a new anti-domestic violence policy that was cited as good practice by our Home Affairs team in the House of Lords. Our winner was described by those who nominated her as an inspirational team builder who just empowers colleagues. It is my immense pleasure to welcome to the stage Alice Bridges Westcott. Alice, come up. there are so many people, in addition to our hard-working members and activists who've received awards today, who deserve our thanks for putting on such a fantastic conference. Yet again, we've seen the highest number of members attending conference for the first time, 900. So from all of us here, a huge thank you to all the staff here at the Bournemouth International Centre and the Marriott Highcliffe Hotel who've hosted conference, exhibition, fringe, and I think perhaps most importantly, the conference bar. Thank you. A special thank you for your generous donations to the Bournemouth Food Bank for their fantastic work in the community and the support that they give to local families in crisis. Please applaud yourselves. Thank you also to the team at Business Events Bournemouth for their support in the run-up and during the event. And as always, we are supported by fantastic suppliers who care about the success of our conference as much as we do. Chris Dan and the crew at Quirk, they make this fantastic stage set and always go above and beyond the call of duty. And the team at Aztec, who not only keep our HQ teams online, up and running, but also our fringe events running smoothly, as well as Nuruddin Al-Kahouji and Darren Briddock, who've done an enormous amount in the background too. So Sean Beavers and his hard-working team at Ford and Bailey, who helped deliver such a successful exhibition. And special thanks, as always, to the fabulous Claire Edwards, Harjit Jagdev, and Peter Shilston, our British Sign Language interpreters who have really become part of the Lib Dem family. Many thanks to John Russell, who is our long-standing official party photographer. And we are supported throughout by SPA Security, who ensure that we run a safe and secure conference and who, as always, have shown great humour and professionalism all week. Now, this conference wouldn't happen without the ongoing support from all our sponsors, exhibitors, advertisers, and fringe bookers. They are so important to us, and we look forward to working with them again next year. Thank you. And I want to give a big thank you, too, to the Federal Conference Committee, the Federal Policy Committee, to the utterly amazing stewarding team under the leadership of Mike Ross and Jodie Frapple. Thank you. And to the parliamentary staff, the Whip's office, and all those working across our party, from local party organisers to regional and state party staff, who may be invisible to you, but we know the work they do. Thank you. And that also goes for the HQ teams who work behind the scenes to deliver press, policy, operations, international visitors, training programs, and so much more. Thank you all too. And whilst last, definitely not least, the conference office itself, led by Susie Murray, Diva Bozzoni, Wilma Robinson, and Hannah Bacchus, and their fantastic team of volunteers, including Tom Behrman, who have all worked so hard over the last few months to deliver another fantastic event for us, but most of them are new to the party, and I think they've done a brilliant job. Thank you. Just before I hand over to Mike German, I just want to say a brief word about welcoming Jo Swinson to her first conference leaders speech. Now, I've known Jo for many years, from being target seat candidates together in the run-up to 2005, We've worked together to improve the diversity of the party over the years, and I have just watched her grow in confidence from when she was baby of the house in 2005, developing into a respected business minister, and now, within 2 months of becoming our leader, she is not just transforming the party, she's transforming the country. Jo, as I leave the stage as party president, I know we are going to scale heights unknown under your leadership, and we are all with you. So now, let me hand over to Mike German, who may want to talk to you a bit about money. I thank you all.
Well, there you are. That's the theme of the next few minutes. And for those of you who are new to conference, there's 900 of you, I'm so pleased, by the way, that there are newbies here in the posh seats in the front row. There's so many of them. And they'll soon know what we've got to do next. I want you to believe. I want you to be confident. I want you to be extremely careful about what I say now. Because we are faced with extraordinary times. These political times are more extraordinary than any I have known in my political lifetime. And with extraordinary times has come extraordinary opportunity. And you know what I mean. It's about winning more seats than we've ever won before. That's your challenge, to win more seats. We know we can do it. We all think we can do it. I want you to believe that you can do it without a shade of doubt in your mind. But to do that, we must have the resource to make it happen. Now, normally, I would be asking you in the normal way, very gently, very calmly, without any dispassion, of just asking you, thank you very much, I'd be expecting you to empty your pockets for the party's future. But this time it's different, very different, because we need to raise far more money than ever before. As more seats come into play, as we have more seats to win, we're going to need more money. Now, normally in a conference of this size, we would expect you to give me £18,000. I've always wanted to be honest with you. 18,000 has always been my target with an audience of this sort of size. But this year, I want to get more than that. And I'll tell you why. Because I know for every pound that you give me today, I can get 3 times that amount from our membership. Because our members triple it. That's been the pattern for the last 4 or 5 years, so we can do it today. So today, I want to launch the £100,000 challenge. I want to raise £100,000 in the next hour or two. And I want to raise 25,000 from you so that I can triple it. And every single member of this party is going to get an email which will say, you have given me 25,000, I want you to triple it, so that we can get the £100,000 we need by the end of this day. That's your challenge. So it's a lot more money than you've had before, so we're going to give the bucket time a little bit longer. But whilst the buckets are about to go out, just let me say to you, on the backs of the daily notices, there's how you can give your money. In precisely 5 minutes' time, you will be receiving an email from me which allows you to vote, to press a button saying the £1,000 button or the £500 button. No, seriously, if you want to give me 25,000, it would be really helpful if there were 25 people who could just say, I'll give you 1,000. Oh no, let's say one person gives me 25, then we can double it again. We could go for 200,000. Ambition is what we want, confidence and belief. So in order to do that, I do require you to give lots of money in whatever way you want. Well, if you feel that you just can't find the checkbook, the credit card, or any other method, just write your name and address and say, I promise I'll give you this amount of money. We know where you live. We'll find you. We may even know your bank account details, but never mind. Thank you very much for that. So the buckets are released. Out they go. Now I want to demonstrate for you, while you're searching in your pockets, why we need so much money. I want to introduce you to our candidate who is going to win in Esher and Walton. Our candidate against Dominic Raab, Monica Harding. So, Monica, you're now a target seat for the Liberal Democrats. How does that feel to you?
Well, what a difference a year makes. I'm a working mum of 4 children, and this was never in my game plan. But the time for me to stop shouting at the television and rolling my eyes happened a year ago when I was selected to fight this seat against Dominic Raab. And people said to me, "You're crazy. This guy's got a majority of 25,000. It's one of the safest Conservative seats in the country. What are you doing?" But you know, I believed, and I know what the people of Esher and Walton were thinking, and I wanted to believe, because I wasn't prepared to let a gang of hardline Brexiteers throw our country off a cliff.
Good.
And I wasn't prepared to see our economy trashed and our international reputation trashed and the opportunities that I enjoyed be taken away from my children. And Dominic Raab didn't represent me, and he doesn't represent the constituents of Esher and Walton that voted 60% to remain.
So what's happened in your constituency that's changed the minds of everybody there that they're going to vote and we're going to get a Liberal Democrat gain? What's happened?
Okay, so in a year, in the local elections, the Tory vote share declined by almost 20%.
How much?
20%.
Is that all? Right, 20%, okay. 20% down.
So the next thing, the European elections, we smashed it. We won by 39% in Esher and Walton.
Yeah.
And you know, I was standing outside polling stations and I had people coming up to me and saying, for the first time, I won't be voting Conservative or Labour, I'm going to be voting for the Liberal Democrats. And they came out of the polling station with a spring in their step and they said, and when it comes to a general election, we're going to be voting for you.
There.
And since then...
So, sorry, there's more.
And since then, the predictive polling is putting us sometimes ahead of Dominic Raab and sometimes neck and neck with him and sometimes slightly behind. But there is no doubt, whatever snapshot you take, we can deliver a political earthquake in Esher and Walton with your help.
So tell me a bit about the resources that you need, the resources you've got, and what you need most of all.
Okay, so let me tell you about the voters that I speak to. They talk about trust. And they want to talk about the trust in politicians. They want to see politicians that represent them with honesty and integrity, that put the country first rather than their own self-interest or the party. And I want to tell you a story. A lady came up to me at an event last week and she said, I have been a Conservative member since I was 4, well, she's been campaigning for the Conservative Party since she was 4 years old. She's been out on the streets in Esher and Walton delivering leaflets. She has voted for every Conservative MP they have ever had in Esher and Walton. And she turned around to me and she said, this is very emotional for me, but I am now going to vote for you, for the Liberal Democrats. And she said, it's very, very hard to leave a party that I have loved. But she said to me, you go and do the right thing. Now, I need to turn those pledges into votes, and I need your help to do that. There are 80,000 constituents in Esher and Walton. I need to talk to every single one of them and canvass every one of them. We're only 20 minutes from Waterloo. Come and join us and help us out. But we also need your money, because we need to bombard these doors with literature, 42,000 doors, every day, every week in the run-up to a general election campaign.
Can I just stop you there? I want to just check they're giving you the money. Has everybody dug in their pockets? Are you sure now? Is there anybody in the back row who hasn't given any money yet? Yeah, there are a few people. If you just wave your hand at me if you haven't given anything yet and you want to give something, keep waving. The people will come around and see you. Sorry, carry on, Monica, but I just want to make sure they were giving, otherwise you wouldn't have the money you wanted. Yeah.
So, I mean, in that, I pledge that I and my team will do everything we can to unseat Dominic Raab and deliver you another Liberal Democrat MP alongside the army of Liberal Democrat MPs that you're going to see in Parliament soon. But we need to make the ask from you too, because I'm doing this for my children, and I want you to do it for my children too, and our our grandchildren, and those young people that didn't have a vote in 2016. We need to do this for them. So please put your hands in your pockets and give us some money.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next Member of Parliament for Esher and Walton, Monica Harding. Thanks very much. It would be very easy for me to say there are lots and lots and lots of Monica Hardings, but there are actually amazing candidates, all perhaps new to this party, who are out fighting and delivering the votes that we need to win. So this is not a bandwagon that's just happening in one constituency. It's going on around the country. That's why we've got 3,251 members at this conference. That is a record. And that record should be turned into a record number of votes. So I am just hopeful that you've all managed, and remember that I said in approximate, you must have had an email by now. If you want to check your phones, make sure you've had the email. And if you want to give us that little bit more than you thought when the bucket was coming round, I just needed to have that much money, and now you can have an opportunity to have a little bit more. Please let me know by putting your finger on the button and say me that extra 1,000 or 2,000 that you can put your hands. No, I must tell you, colleagues, there are lots of people who have been giving us that sort of money because it's so important for our country, and they see the future that we can provide for them. And it's essential that we get the resources to be able to deliver that number of MPs. We can't do it without money, but I would like you to be very grateful and grateful to our candidates by helping them to do it. So thank you very much, and I will see you all on the campaign trail.
I'm Sarah, and I used to be a member of the Conservative Party. I'm Siobhan, and I was an independent candidate for Mayor of London.
In recent years, I feel Labour has lost sight of delivering a fairer society and doing what is right for our economy.
And the Conservatives are risking a calamitous Brexit that will destroy jobs and businesses. Taking on the two old, tired parties of Labour and the Conservatives is the job for a party with a new kind of leader.
And that is the Liberal Democrats and our fantastic new leader, Jo Swinson.
In the last few months, 40,000 people have joined the Liberal Democrats. I am proud to lead the biggest, strongest Remain party in the UK. If you think our country is headed in the wrong direction and you want to change things, you can. Shouting at the television is not enough. Do something positive. Join the Liberal Democrats today, and let's do this together.
It's hard to believe.
The fresh and energetic force, the change our country needs. Our leader, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Jo Swinson.
You have no idea how amazing you look, conference. 21 years on from my first Liberal Democrat conference, I am thrilled to stand before you today as your leader. And I'm delighted to see so many old friends who've kept the torch of liberalism burning bright through troubled times. And I'm excited to welcome thousands of new members to our cause, flocking to the Liberal Democrats as the clear rallying point for a movement to create an open, fair, inclusive society. Over the summer, we showed the others how it's done. We had an energetic and positive leadership contest where many thousands of you engaged. And I want to say a huge thank you to my friend, Ed Davey. Ed, you are a brilliant campaigner with a superb record of action as Climate Change Secretary of State. And I'm delighted that there's also a promise of more with you in the key roles of Shadow Chancellor and now Deputy Leader. Just 6 months ago at our spring conference, few of us would have predicted that our party would be winning on this scale. And for that, we have my two most immediate predecessors to thank. Tim, who in the days after the European referendum knew that our natural place as a party was to unashamedly make the case for Britain to stay in the European Union. Tim, you were absolutely right. And Vince, you have served our party and our country with such great distinction. You have so valiantly led the fight to stop Brexit and helped our party soar to new heights. And I know that the next Parliament will be all the poorer without you by our side. The voice of reason in these unreasonable times. Vince, from all of us, thank you. Last autumn conference, I remember standing at the side of the conference hall, next to our dear friend Paddy. He was upbeat, energetic as ever, and as we listened to the debate, he leaned over and whispered that we needed to talk about the future of the party. We agreed to have coffee. I wish we had been able to. I wish I could pick up the phone to ask his advice. I wish he could see our party now. He'd have been in his element. And as I sat last week at his memorial service with thousands of others, we remembered a man who was bold, fearless, determined. A man who brought people together. He worked closely with Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair. His eulogy was read by former Conservative Prime Minister John Major. A man whose impatience to create change was undimmed into his 70s, setting up More United to make space for liberal values to flourish beyond party lines. Paddy, we miss you so much. And I looked around and marvelled at Westminster Abbey itself. The sheer magnificence of scale, the intricate stonework and the colourful beauty of the stained glass. A spirit-lifting place. And I reflected. Before a single stone was laid, someone imagined what was possible. It stands today as a physical embodiment of what greatness can be achieved when we raise our sights and come together with a shared vision. That spirit of ambition and shared endeavour is what our politics and our country needs right now. Bold, fearless, determined, and what a start we have made. I can't be the only one losing count of our many newly elected representatives. Beatrice Wishart, our new MSP for Shetland. The first ever woman elected to Parliament from the Northern Isles. Our own fabulous squad of 16 MEPs. Seven new MPs, Chuka, Jane, Sarah, Philip, Luciana, Angela, and Sam. More than 700 extra councillors. And tens of thousands of new members since we last met. Can everyone who is a new member please stand up or put your hand up right now? To you all, I say welcome. We all say welcome and thank you. Because together we are building something special. So let's keep going and let's keep growing. The tired old parties have failed, looking inward at a time of national crisis. Our country needs us at this precarious time. We don't have 10 or 15 years. We need to seize the opportunity now. So let me be clear. Let me be clear. There is no limit to my ambition for our party and our country. And today I am standing here as your candidate for Prime Minister. Because people across Britain deserve a better choice than an entitled Etonian or a 1970s socialist. Because it is only by having the Liberal Democrats in power that we can build a better future. Because we owe it to the next generation. Like Olivia. 14 years old, she wrote to me after I became leader. She told me what she's doing to help stop Brexit. She's signed up to be a Lib Dem supporter, in good company, like 20,000 others. She's joined gatherings in Liverpool, proudly wearing her pro-European badge, and she's even travelled to London to go on a People's Vote march. She wrote to me about how Brexit takes away her rights, how she was never asked to leave the EU. Young people like Olivia are being stripped of the opportunities that our generations have enjoyed, and how powerless they feel as they watch politicians gamble with their lives. Girls like Olivia, boys like my own two, Andrew and Gabriel. People often say to me, "How do you do this with two young children?" And of course it's hard, Parenting is never easy, but they are why I'm standing here. If I can do something to change the future, how could I not do this? It's why I came back 2.5 years ago, in despair at where our country was heading. When Theresa May called that general election, I knew in a heartbeat that I had to stand and win East Dunbartonshire again. There is too much at stake. And I knew that even if there was only the smallest chance that we could change the direction our country had taken, I had to do everything I could to make that happen. So that's why I am here today, and that's why you are here too. Ahead of us, we have the fight of our lives for the heart and soul of Britain. Because, conference, the next few weeks are about deciding the kind of country that we are, who we want to be. Whether we tackle our biggest challenges with our closest allies or on our own. Whether we welcome those who want to build a better life in our country or shut the door on them. Whether we ensure that every single child can go on to fulfill their dreams. The first task is clear. We must stop Brexit. And we are crystal clear. A Liberal Democrat majority government will revoke Article 50 on day one. Because there is no Brexit that will be good for our country. Europe makes our United Kingdom stronger, but Brexit hurts our family of nations. For so many, the 2016 referendum ushered in a new kind of politics, driven by hate, fear, and division. But for those of us who had lived through the 2014 independence referendum, it all felt too familiar. I am Scottish. I am British. I am European. Scottish nationalism and English nationalism would both have me choose. But there is no contradiction. I'm a proud Scot. I love our United Kingdom, and I feel stronger as part of the European family. And I want to speak directly to people in Scotland. We together voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, and together we can stop Brexit. We are building a movement across the United Kingdom that is on the verge of stopping it. And you have a part to play in growing and strengthening this winning campaign across the UK. Join us. Come with me and be part of the bigger movement for change. A big vote for the Liberal Democrats in Scotland at the next general election will give us the final push we need. The energy is with us, so come with us to stop Brexit. Last month, I visited the border in Northern Ireland, something Boris Johnson still hasn't bothered to do. Those communities remember what it was like to have a hard border. The man who told me about being detained at a checkpoint for 90 minutes with his wife and new baby just because he came from the wrong part of town. And despite vague words about unspecified technological solutions, the people there know that even the lightest equipment at the border will become a target, and it will require security. They fear that what is currently just a line on the map will once again become a hard border, and perhaps even more importantly, a dividing line in the mind. A return to the psychology of us and them, instead of everyone living together, British and Irish identities mixing invisibly. Our family of nations, Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, we are at our best together, looking out at the world, not shutting it out. It is the Liberal Democrats who will fight to keep our United Kingdom together. Brexit will put lives at risk. In the event of a no-deal Brexit, doctors are worried about the impact that border delays will have on the supply of time-sensitive radiopharmaceuticals. That's cancer patients waiting longer for scans and treatments as a direct consequence of government policy. Brexit will hurt our economy. Thousands of car manufacturing jobs already lost. Honda in Swindon, Jaguar Land Rover in Birmingham, Ford in Bridgend, Nissan in Sunderland, and more if we leave. This Brexiteer government wants to pay for their ideology with other people's jobs. The truth is, they won't be affected, and they won't be there to help when the redundancy notices are handed out. They won't be there when the homes are repossessed or when the marriages break down under financial stress, which makes what Boris Johnson is doing quite so sickening, because he knows all of this. We know he knows all of this because Operation Yellowhammer, the government's no-deal planning, tells us how bad it's going to be. But the truth is, you can't plan for no deal. Planning for no deal is like planning to burn your house down. You might have insurance, but you're still going to lose all your stuff. But Boris has set himself on this course. He claims he can negotiate a Brexit deal in a month. I wouldn't hold out much hope. Yesterday, he failed to negotiate where to have a press conference. We all know that commitment has never been Boris Johnson's strong suit. But it's clear he's determined when it comes to crashing us out without a deal. Just look at what he's done over the last few weeks. He prorogued Parliament to try to prevent MPs stopping a no-deal Brexit. He's kicked 21 MPs out of the Conservative Party, including the father of the House, Ken Clarke, and Churchill's grandson, Nicholas Soames, just because they dared to stand up to him. There is even now the suggestion that he would break the law and refuse to ask for an extension of Article 50. Silencing critics, purging opponents, ignoring the law. For someone who proclaims to hate socialist dictators, he's doing a pretty good impression of one. And Boris Johnson's insults of choice are rather revealing. big girls' blouse, girly SWAT. But let me tell you, conference, if he thinks being a woman is somehow a weakness, he's about to find out it is not. When the general election comes, I cannot wait to take on the collective forces of nationalism and populism that will be standing on that debate stage. Johnson, Farage, and Corbyn. If he had campaigned to remain in 2016 with half of the energy he put into the 2017 election, we may have seen a different result. Then, the day after the referendum, he said we should trigger Article 50 immediately. He whipped his MPs to vote for it. And even now, when faced with all the clear and obvious dangers that Brexit brings, Jeremy Corbyn still insists that if Labour win a general election, they will negotiate their own Brexit deal to take us out of the EU. Nigel Farage might be Brexit by name, but it is very clear that Jeremy Corbyn is Brexit by nature. My dad was a huge influence on my life. He encouraged me to believe that we can change things for the better. He encouraged me to challenge the way things are. And above all, he taught me always to keep learning, to be curious, to ask questions. And actually, that's what any good liberal does. Because we can't make progress if we aren't prepared to question the world around us, to challenge vested interests and concentrations of power, to imagine that a different world is possible. And that's how the liberal tradition has always been a breeding ground for new ideas. It was Gladstone's minister, W.E. Forster, who asked why any child should miss out on education and made parents send their children to school. It was David Lloyd George who asked why the most vulnerable in society are left to fend for themselves, and he paved the way for the welfare state. It was Beveridge who asked why anyone should have to pay for healthcare and masterminded our beloved NHS. And it was Paddy Ashdown who asked whether it's inevitable that modern economies destroy the natural environment and put the Liberal Democrats at the forefront of green thinking. Liberal Democrats, we come from a long line of innovators. So when we were in government, we asked why any child should go hungry at school, and we introduced free school meals universally. We asked why babies should only have one parent take care of them in their first year of life, and we designed shared parental leave. And we asked why the state should judge what kind of love is acceptable, and we made same-sex marriage legal, because love is love. Now we need to do it again, because our country needs us. The world around us is changing fast, And we need to be bold, unconstrained by conventional wisdom. And my first question is this: why is our success as a country reduced to a GDP figure? We have been conditioned to believe that as long as GDP keeps growing, everything is fine. But this ignores the reality behind the numbers. That the social contract is broken. That working hard and playing by the rules is no longer enough to guarantee a better life. That our planet is at breaking point. GDP measures how often we replace our clothes, our cars, and our computers. How many young offenders institutions we build for children without hope. How much diesel pollutes our air and damages our lungs. When it comes to GDP, Bobby Kennedy was spot on 50 years ago. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. That's why a Liberal Democrat government will put the well-being of people and our planet at the heart of what we do. And this autumn, we will set out our own well-being budget. Others around the world are doing this already. Take Jacinda Ardern. Thanks to her, the New Zealand government set out the world's first well-being budget. I want the UK to follow that example. I want us to fundamentally rethink the purpose of our economy so that it works for people and our planet. Our well-being budget will spell out our priorities for public spending on the things that matter most, both right now and for future generations. And my well-being ambition extends well beyond government spending. The whole of our society, including business, should work towards building the kind of country we want. People and our planet will thrive with the Liberal Democrats in power. And conference, how can we look our children in the eye if we don't act now to tackle the climate crisis? We are the last generation that can stop irreversible damage to our environment. Earlier this year, Parliament declared a climate emergency. But what has the government done since then? We've set off the fire alarm, and now they are just standing by, watching it burn. Literally, for days, we watched the Amazon, the world's lungs, just burn. While back at home, we have children whose lungs don't develop properly because of air pollution in our towns and cities. The climate emergency is an existential threat, and only our party has the bold, detailed plan to tackle it. A Liberal Democrat government will plant the trees, retrofit the homes. We will build the wind turbines, the solar panels, and the tidal barrages. But government alone cannot solve this. It will take all of us, government, individuals, and business, to build the zero-carbon UK we need to become. And that's why my Liberal Democrat government will introduce climate risk reporting and create a new green investment bank to channel investment into green projects and away from fossil fuels. And it's why I want to engage everyone in the country by establishing a UK Citizens' Climate Assembly to drive a national debate about how exactly we will reach net zero by 2045 and earlier if possible. We will do it all, not because it will create thousands of good new jobs, although it will, not because it will cut energy bills, although it will, Not because it will make our country a cleaner, richer, happier nation, although it will. We will do it because we have to. Because, as the placards say, there is no planet B. And conference, where is our outrage when the lives of our young people are being cut so short? Earlier this year, I saw firsthand the heartbreak that follows in the wake of a fatal stabbing. Together with Pauline Pierce, I visited the beautiful shrine built for Tashon by his family and friends after he was stabbed to death. The shrine was full of flowers, photographs, messages, and some of his favorite things too. A skateboard, his hat, cans of his favorite fizzy drink. Tashon was just 15 years old. And while we stood there, some of his friends came by, taking a break from their GCSE revision, grieving, mourning their friend, instead of just worrying about their exams like every other teenager. Tashon was clearly so loved. We need a public health approach to tackling the knife crime epidemic in our communities, as we've seen in Glasgow. When I was first elected back in 2005, Glasgow was the murder capital of Europe, with 39 people killed in the city that year. Around the same time, the city decided to take a public health approach to knife crime. So the Violence Reduction Unit was set up, working with schools, hospitals, and job centres to tackle violence. In effect, it meant doing more than just dealing with the physical consequences of knife crime. It means treating violent behaviour as an epidemic that spreads across a community, just like we would with a disease. And the results have been spectacular. Since 2005, the murder rate in Glasgow has dropped by 70%. Schools, hospitals, job centres and police working together to eradicate this violence from our communities. But to win this battle, we need to invest far more in providing young people with good youth services. Being a teenager isn't easy, and it has become a hell of a lot harder because young people have nowhere to go. They need places where not only can they hang out with their friends, but they can also get the support they need when things go wrong. That's why Liberal Democrats will give local authorities the funding they need so that they can all provide youth services and re-establish youth workers. Because every time a life like Tashon's is cut short, we are failing our young people, and it must stop now. Conference, one of the things I'm most proud about from our time in coalition government is how we fought for better mental health services. And in particular, all of the work that Norman Lamb has done over the years. Norman's campaigning zeal and unwavering determination to put mental health on the agenda have been second to none. And I'm so glad he'll continue his work outside of Parliament, because we still need to do so much more for mental health. Because, Conference, why should any child travel as much as 339 miles to get a mental health bed? That's from here to Durham. A child who is so ill that they need to be hospitalised, forced to leave family and friends behind just to get the treatment they need. Why have we, as a society, decided that this is something we can't change and that we should just accept it? A Liberal Democrat government will ring-fence funding for mental health services. And we will invest far more heavily in the childhood and adolescent mental health services that communities need. Conference, I won't stand here and pretend I have all the answers for what happens next. There are enough know-it-all politicians around. And the more I get to see of them, the more obvious it is that they actually know nothing. But this much I am sure of. The opportunity in front of us is huge. And it is for the taking. We can win. We must win. And to do so, we must build the biggest liberal movement this country has ever seen. We cannot be satisfied with a place on the fringes of British politics, narrow and pure, small and irrelevant. Our job is to gather the forces of liberalism and be the rallying point for change. We must be welcoming and inclusive, recognizing the journey fellow travelers are on. Because together we can create a tipping point and transform our society. My vision for our country is one where every single person is valued and included. A country where people work hard and are rewarded, with a decent home, enough money to meet their needs, and live with dignity. Where every baby born is given the security and the love they need to face the world with confidence. Where every child can play and learn about the world, free from worry and stress. Where every young person is nurtured and supported in the path they choose. Where people work in good jobs, for decent wages, in flexible ways, in a culture of mutual respect, where experience is shared across the generations, listening to the wisdom of years while channeling the enthusiasm of youth, where we support vulnerable people, both those people whose circumstances mean they will always be vulnerable, and every single one of us who may be vulnerable at some point, whether through illness or grief, redundancy or trauma, new parenthood or old age, where we make it easier for people to live in good health and people know that our excellent NHS is always there when they need it, where people can be themselves, respected for who they are, no matter what God they pray to or none, the colour of their skin or who they love, where everyone knows they can make a contribution to society. And this is measured by creativity and compassion, laughter and love, innovation and inspiration, more than by money. Where enterprise and business is celebrated because it acts as part of the solution, not part of the problem. Where we respect the natural world, this planet, our only home, and we act with the urgency required to live within our environmental means because we will not leave our children a poisoned planet. Where we love our country, our wonderful United Kingdom, our strong family of nations, Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, who have achieved so much together and will not be ripped apart. Where we take our place in the wider world with responsibility, with respect for ourselves and for other nations too. Only a Liberal Democrat government can deliver the fair, inclusive and open future that we deserve. At the next general election, voters will choose the kind of country we want to be. Insular, closed and selfish, or collaborative, open and generous. A politics of fear, hate and division, or one of respect, hope and inclusion. Liberal Democrats, we can build the broad, open, liberal movement our country needs. We can defeat nationalism and populism. We can change our politics, stop Brexit, and win a brighter future.